you doing? Listen, I'm working on something interesting, I think, but I need a little time. Anyway, I got a request through the ether, so to speak. Someone's looking for a crew to take a score, but I don't know anymore. Thought maybe you'd be interested. Personally, I wouldn't touch it with a 10-foot barge pole because I don't know any of these people.
Hey, it's Vincent. It gives me supreme pleasure to report I am no longer mall security guard over at Rockford Plaza. In fact, these days, I'm in a position to offer you a lucrative, although unorthodox opportunity to make some money and sabotage one of your long-standing adversaries. If you're interested, meet me at the Vespucci police station.
How you doing? Listen, I'm working on something.
Hey, it's Meet me at the Vespucci police station. Police station. Hey, it's Vincent. It gives me supreme pleasure to report I am no longer mall security guard over at Rockford Plaza. In fact, these days, I'm in a position to offer you a lucrative, although unorthodox opportunity to make some money and sabotage one of your long-standing adversaries. If you're interested, meet me at the Vespucci police station. advise going inside. Not with your reputation for depravity and general aversion to the law. In all seriousness, your countenance is quite discernible, and there are certain of my consociates who would take it upon themselves to exercise their right to lethal force were they to encounter you in person. But hey, it's me. That was a lucrative effort. This is a solid fund to use on the rest of our planning efforts, the first leg of which I'll get to work on right now. I'll be in touch. Hey, it's Vincent. It gives me supreme pleasure to report I am no longer mall security guard over at Rockford Plaza. In fact, these days, I'm in a position to offer you a lucrative, although unorthodox opportunity to make some money and sabotage one of your long-standing adversaries. If you're interested, meet me at the Vespucci police station.
Wouldn't advise going inside. Not with your reputation for depravity and general aversion to the law. In all seriousness, your countenance is quite discernible, and there are certain of my consociates who would take it upon themselves to exercise their right to lethal force were they to encounter you in person. But it's good to cross paths with you again, my friend. After head of security at the Diamond, this isn't exactly what I had in mind, but it's still a long way from a mall cop, right? Let's take a walk. Relax. I'm a cop, but I'm not a cop. This is just where the universe put me right now. I mean, I have my path and you have yours. And quite frankly, I don't give a damn about your antics out there. In fact, we may be able to assist each other. I mean, check this out. You see that misguided individual? How do you think he's gotten away with selling drugs in front of that burger shop very conspicuously for 10 years now? In front of the largest department in the city. He cuts them in.
Effenberger, you copy? Yo, Effenberger.
I copy.
Worst last name ever, dude. I mean, effing what? Anyway, when you got 5, we all need some effing coffee down here on Dick's. And don't forget the effing cream and sugar.
Copy that. Oh, these motherfuckers. Huh? I'm out here getting coffee for cops on the take. And that guy over there is only a modicum of the issue. There's a new cartel running a large-scale cocaine operation out of the Cluckin factory in Paleto Bay. And be in no doubt, the cops, they're not only turning a blind eye, they're actively facilitating. If you ask me, the cartel and the cops can both go to hell, preferably on the back of the same bullet. I'm talking about a surgical strike, man. Taking out the whole operation. That's why I came to you. Let's go somewhere a bit more unfrequented. I understand your motivation in these matters. If you raid that factory, anything you find is yours to keep. This isn't about the drugs for me. This is about these assholes running the biggest protection racket in the state. That's the kind of status quo I cannot abide. As far as my part, I can provide all the intel you need. Records, names, locations. We will need to educate ourselves on the factory, though. Gather materials so you can attack it with style and aptitude.
Ding fucking dong, Officer Effenberger. We're effing falling asleep over here. Get us some effing coffee.
Copy that. I'm on my way. Think about it. If anybody deserves to be fucked with, it's these guys. Can I count you in? Excellent. Now on to the first order of business. Acquire some funds. And fortuitously, we have files on some money laundering operations not far from here. The department allows them to operate for a share of the profits. I suggest we take a more proactive stance. Time to do what you do. I'll call you. Let me take these fucking assholes their coffee.
location shortly. These are all businesses. And as a bonus, you get to disrupt some of your more unsavory competitors. Not to mention, you land yourself a handsome reward when this is all over. Honestly, if half of my colleagues in the PD were as results-oriented as you, this city would be a different place. By the way, I will be able to assist you with my LSPD privileges. Accessing their database and communications is a perk of the job. One that will prove useful throughout this venture, I'm certain.
Look at that dumbass over there. Hey, bitch! We got a soldier there!
Pure simplicity. Get inside, get the money, get out. Duke it out if you have to. Eyes on the prize.
Oh, shit, Claire's been shot! I'm gonna kill you, motherfucker, whoever want it next! You motherfucker! Fuck you, bitch! You're dead, fool! I'm coming for you, motherfucker! Watch it! Ah! You're gonna die, motherfucker! Die, fucker! You motherfucking clown! You ain't gonna live, fuck you cocksucking bitch! I'm gonna hurt you!
Word spreads fast. These miscreants are expecting you.
You look...
It's our duty to confiscate it all.
Lost fool? Know where the fuck... Shit! Who got hit? Oh my god.
No way in hell!
It's your last extent. I'ma put you down! Hey, asshole! Fuck you! You got nowhere to go! Shit, we got a man down! I'm reloading! Yo!
Hey, it's me. That was a lucrative effort. This is a solid fund to use on the rest of our planning efforts. The first leg of which I'll get to work on right now. I'll be in touch.
Ashley Graham, are you in here?
Let me go.
Listen. Easy with that. My name's Leon. I'm here in the president's quarters and... that went well. Hey, it's dangerous outside. You need to listen to me.
What is that? Over there?
Pursue them. The lost lambs are escaping.
Perseguirles.
Deliver unto them salvation.
What do we do?
Your father trusts me. And I need you to trust me too. And do exactly as I say. I'm gonna get you home safe.
Okay. Okay, Leon. No way.
It's okay, I've got you. Hey, trust me. All right, come on.
Okay. Leon.
Your soul requires cleansing. Come, child. Ashley, run! Okay?
Stuck.
We need to go. Then run! Close one.
Yeah. Leon!
Cease your pointless struggling. Abandon your body to the will of our God. You're a shitty missionary. You know that. Oh, Almighty, grant me the strength to crush your enemies. Son of a bitch! Ashley, run!
Okay.
Hasta luego. God, I thank you for your gift. You want to get ugly? Let's get ugly.
Leon! Leon! Quick! This place is coming down! Leon, hurry! You're welcome.
Thanks. Looks like the right place. You okay?
I think so. Instead of worrying about her, worry about your own skin. Foolish little lamb. Temperance, child.
Ashley. Wait! Shit.
Let's stay back. I might hurt you again. I'm so scared. When that happened, it wasn't myself anymore. I was something else.
She must have been terrifying. I know.
You too?
It's okay to be afraid, you know. But you can't run. You gotta keep moving forward. We will beat this. Together.
I don't know if I can.
You can. Just give me a heads up before you stab me next time, okay?
Leon, thanks. Hey, Leon, there's some armor. Bet you could use it like a bulletproof vest.
Little old-fashioned for my taste.
It's too bad. I think you'd look pretty dashing. So, you do a lot of missions like this?
Well, yeah. But I'm not used to having such good company.
Is that a compliment?
Take it however you want.
Leon, the stairs!
Stay back. Run. Now!
I won't run. Wait for me, Leon. Leon!
Ashley, are you all right?
Yeah. Give me a sec. I'll get you out. Hey! Try this.
Can you make it down? I can catch you.
Yeah, I think so.
Ashley! Shit!
Ashley!
Leon, stop! No! Don't come any closer!
Are you hurt?
Watch out!
Please, do continue. Do not resist, my dear. It serves only to make your suffering all the worse.
Please, please.
You sick!
Aquí nos despedimos, señor Kennedy.
Hang in there, Ashley. I'm coming for you. Ashley. Shit. You're gonna be okay.
Leon?
Sorry I'm late.
No. Thank you. You brought the medicine just in time.
Can you stand?
Where's Luis?
He was worried about you. Till the end. Come on. We don't have much time. Let's get rid of these things.
For Luis.
Prostrate yourself. This is our holy body. Our divine providence ensued. Such profound lesson for all. Lost planet. Welcome, my children. I am Osman Sadler, the speaker for our Lord.
Tell someone who gives a shit.
Foolish lambs, why do you deny grief? Now, abandon your body. Obey. Obey the voice of our Lord. Sweet child, do not resist.
wicked sinners. My faithful disciples shall deliver to you your penance. Now, child, you need not be afraid. Submit your body and release yourself from fear. Come, my child. What do you want? I simply wish to share this gift with as many as possible. A humble wish, don't you think? You see, we are all connected through the holy body. And now your flesh and bones, your very thoughts, are already one with us. Oh, shit. Why do you reject serenity when you need only accept the sacred gift? Like she did. Sucker! Ah, yes, the time has come for this lamb to join our covenant. All blessings unto him and the sweet mercy they bring. And soft calls, and let it be done. Leon! Go! Ashley.
You go first.
No way. Like I told you, I'm gonna get you home safe. Ashley.
I'm right here. I thought you were gonna die.
Okay. You did this?
Yeah. Yeah, I did this. Can you stand?
That map?
Yeah, I found it. I think it says we can get out if we go this way. Hey, we're a team, right?
Keep this up, I'll be out of a job.
Ada, what the hell are you doing?
Nothing personal, Leon. Luis and I had an arrangement. Don't worry, I'll take good care of it. Ride's here. You coming?
I think we both know this is where we go our separate ways.
I see. Better get a move on.
Cute.
Until next time, Leon. Leon! Where's she going?
Who knows?
I don't understand. Why would she do that?
We gotta move. Island's gonna blow.
It's gonna what?
Yeah. You like thrill rides?
I love it!
You're gonna love this. You all right?
I'm not sure that was insane. Mission accomplished, right?
Mission accomplished. You're home safe.
Thank you for saving me.
Don't mention it.
You know, I could put in word with my dad. Have you assigned to my detail, if you're interested.
You don't need me. You proved you could handle yourself. Even if you could use a lesson in knife safety. Come on. Let's go home.
Condor 1? Bruce to Condor 1, do you read me? Come in. I said come in. Is this thing even on? Leon! Leon, are you and Ashley all right? Where are you? Come on!
Abandoned YouTube channels have always been unsettling to me. I get an uncanny feeling upon discovering a channel once full of life, now forlorn and forgotten. Years gone by, over a decade in some cases, with no activity. The sad reality with many of YouTube's abandoned channels is that the creator didn't forsake their station by choice. They were compelled to by tragic circumstances. In today's video, we'll be looking at various disturbing examples of such cases regarding abandoned channels. These are the dark stories behind abandoned YouTube channels. Well, it's finally here, the official Wavy Web Surf U2's vinyl figurine. This is the first piece of merch I've ever dropped on the channel and is the best way to get a little piece of me inside your home. I know you guys are gonna love him. From a shelf, to your desk, to a jar. Wherever you put him, this stylish little guy will keep you company, enhancing the vibes of your home with his signature lava lamp and breezy Hawaiian shirt equipped. Every day's a vacation when little Wavy's at your side. To get your own little U2's Wavy Web Surf, click the link in the description box. And make sure you get one quick because he's only available for 2 weeks. It's a limited time ordeal. On YouTube, there once existed a channel known as Natural Selector 89. When you try to visit this channel today, one is met with a 404 not found and YouTube's default "this page is not available" error screen. A rather unassuming disclaimer. But what you must know is that this 404 page hides one of YouTube's darkest abandoned channels. One that we can get a glimpse of using tools like the Wayback Machine. Natural Selector 89 was once a channel that discussed nihilism, atheism, and posted various threatening videos and comments regarding gun violence. Red flags were all over the place, and outside of TJ Kirk, better known online as the Amazing Atheist, it seemed like nobody saw these obvious warning signs. This is the story of Natural Selector 89, the Finnish YouTube shooter.
Hello everyone, this is me, Natural Selector 89, talking to you, friends and haters and everyone else.
The YouTube channels Natural Selector 89 and Sturmgeist 89 were created by an 18-year-old Finnish student named Pekka Erik Avinen, who was born in Tuusula, Finland. Now, in early high school, it's said that Pekka performed well, making good grades. It's thought that he planned to attend college after graduating in the spring of 2008, though these plans would be derailed, however, as the young man had some serious emotional issues that would make themselves known. Eric suffered from a set of serious social abnormalities. He was very awkward around his peers and was considered shy by both students and teachers. He would habitually isolate himself from others, and according to some, he was the recipient of a large amount of bullying because of this. Eric also suffered from depression. His parents were concerned for him in this regard and tried to get him admitted to a psychiatric outpatient clinic to treat it. However, his admittance was refused, and the practitioners opted to put him on SSRIs instead of, admitting him. Eric would adhere to the SSRI antidepressants at first, but over time, him taking the pills, it became kind of irregular. After Eric started taking antidepressants, his teacher started to notice a change in his behavior. He became very aggressive towards other students, and at one point he allegedly remarked that he was going to die in a, quote, white revolution. Yes, Eric would begin to express radical beliefs, and he vocalized support for far-right and left movements. This combo of increased agitation, threats, and interest in radical groups, it was certainly a worrisome concoction. And this behavior around the time was an ominous precursor for what was to come. Eric's mental state had deteriorated quite a bit in the latter half of high school, and he would eventually set out to physically engage in the violence that he often discussed. Eric would hatch a devious plan. It was reported in March of 2006 that he started laying out the groundwork for a master plan of sorts, which was an attack on the students and faculty of his very school. And while in the planning process for this foul deed, that's when Eric's online activity commences. Eric created his first YouTube channel, Natural Selector 89, on March 15th of 2007. He would use the channel to express himself by uploading various memes, quoting philosophers, reading poetry, as well as discussing events like shootings and natural disasters, as one does. The young man would also frequently talk about atheism and his hatred for religion. These videos contain talking points where he would, in rather juvenile fashion, criticize elements of the various faiths.
And then, I saved hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Again. And then, I saved hundreds with Liberty Mutual. And then, I saved hundreds. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, liberty, liberty.
Liberty.
Diddy is on the run, so we need to circle back to our Diddy conversation. You guys, I hope, caught our two-part series, Diddy and the Shocking Truth about hip-hop. I think it's all relevant, obviously, this week with Diddy being raided by Homeland Security and the FBI allegedly involved in a sex trafficking scandal. We're going to dig back into P. Diddy today on Fearless. Welcome to Fearless with Jason Whitlock. I'm Jason Whitlock, your host. Thank you for joining me today. I don't join you today with any glee. I'm actually sad. I really am sad about what's going on with Sean Puffy Combs or Sean P. Diddy Combs or whatever he's calling himself. this weekend. Obviously, we did some shows last week that were well-timed, and I'm glad we had that discussion. It gives us a foundation to continue the discussion as Diddy apparently is on the run or in major trouble based off this investigation. We're going to climb back into this conversation. Shamika Michelle and Delano Squires are going to help me climb back into this conversation. It's important, and there's some realizations that people are going to have to come to about Diddy and about hip-hop. We're so thankful we laid that foundation last week, and now we have an opportunity to double back and reaffirm some of our positions and expound on some of our positions. This episode is brought to you by our good friends at Good Ranchers. Fall in love with beef, chicken, seafood all over again by subscribing at goodranchers.com. Use my code FEARLESS to get $150 worth of free chicken wings for a year, plus $20 off with your subscription. Thank you, Good Ranchers, for making this show, today's show, and all the shows in the future a possibility. You guys need to support Good Ranchers because they support us. The other thing you guys can do is go to blazetv.com/fearless, use the promo code FEARLESS, and you can save $20 on your yearly Blaze subscription. So I'm freelancing my thoughts today about Diddy. And you know, our theme for today is Gone Diddy. And, you know, it's a play off the movie Gone Girl. But Diddy's on the run. And the question I'm asking is, are we going to join him on the run? Because what Diddy, perhaps, in hiding or wherever his plane may have flown to, it's like Diddy wants to avoid the truth about his existence, his installment in the music industry, his role in the music industry. He wants to run away from accountability for the wickedness that he's been involved in. So that's why our theme is Gone Diddy. But the bigger question that we're going to ask today is, are we going to go on the run with him? Are we going to ignore, try to escape accountability for our role?
Faiths of the world. But in the same hand, he would also confidently proclaim in one of these videos that he was a god and that he should be worshipped. Pick a side, okay? Now, Eric's channel description on Natural Selector 89 is truly a sight to behold, and I think I'll just let TJ Kirk, the amazing atheist, read some highlights from this thing.
I will read it in the most derisive voice possible, but even if I didn't, it would still sound ridiculous. Ahem. I'm basically getting more and more retards on my channel saying I'm insane, crazy, or crap like that, because my views are different apart from the moral majority. I am a dissident. I am an individual. I am an animal. I am a human. They are not. They live in a delusion which is called the real world. They say to me I must get a life. Heh. Well, all I say is that life is what every individual will make it be. There is no other meaning in this world and live than what individual determines it to be. They also feed my anger with their stupidity.
In one video uploaded by Eric, he would make cryptic comparisons to The Matrix, explaining that he wasn't delusional, he just saw society for what it was. A collection of people who believed they had freedom but were actually enslaved by the government and corporations, and you guys just don't realize it. We truly live in a society. Some of Eric's content would also revolve around the philosophy of social Darwinism. You know, to sum it up, social Darwinism, the same sort of natural selection that applies to plants and animals, well, that applies to humans as well, survival of the fittest, but in a social setting, meaning that certain, well, you might say that he was saying that some races were better than others, or people with disabilities shouldn't be around. Damn, Eric, we're really going this way? Now, as mentioned prior, atheism was a big part of Natural Selector's channel. He hated God and those who believed in religion to the point where It almost seemed like he wanted to enact violence towards these folks. Now, in early YouTube, there is one YouTuber that likely comes to mind when you hear the word atheism. Enter the amazing atheist and the story of Eric Avenin, or Natural Selector. Yes, one content creator that noticed Eric's melodramatic and edgy videos on social Darwinism was TJ Kirk, the amazing atheist. The infamous skeptic YouTuber, early internet champion of atheism, and lover of bananas.
Behold, the atheist's nightmare.
So for those of you who haven't heard, I've recently become embroiled in a sex scandal involving chocolate syrup, hot coffee, and a banana, which apparently is the atheist's worst nightmare.
The amazing atheist was intrigued by Natural Selector's opening videos on nihilism and found his views on atheism questionable. So TJ would start making videos about Natural Selector, justifying his coverage by saying that the Natural Selector account was the primary representative of social Darwinism on YouTube, which even if his videos only got a few, like, dozen of views, that was probably the truth or the case at the time. The amazing atheist would make a couple of videos criticizing Natural Selector's content, basically roasting him for essentially being what he saw as an edgy teenager who was talking about a bunch of philosophical and atheist stuff that he knew nothing about. Basically calling Natural Selector out for going Joker mode and being a whiny bitch.
A user by the name of Natural Selector 89. He is being chosen for 3 major reasons. First and foremost, he is the primary representative of this philosophy on YouTube. No one makes more videos on this exact topic than he does. Secondly, he refuses to defend his position to any subhuman that dares challenge it. Plus, despite Tanashil's insistence to the contrary, he is quite the whiny bitch.
Though TJ would end his criticisms of the Selector with a bit of good faith advice. He tells Eric that he shouldn't care about the people around him becoming mindless automatons, and that he should just worry about his own life, which is some good advice. I'm not actually sure if Natural Selector ever responded directly to TJ in a video of his own, but yeah, it's important to this narrative that you know that the two interacted and that TJ was sort of calling this guy out for his sort of skewed views on atheism and his nihilistic postings. Sometime after the TJ saga, Eric's channel, Natural Selector 89, would actually be suspended from YouTube, this occurring in October of 2007. The reason for this ban is unknown. On the same day of this digital exile, he would create a new channel called Sturmgeist89, and his content would be in the same nature of his previously banned channel, with Eric continuing to talk about religion, his hatred for it, as well as his interest in historical carnages and tragedies. An escalation would soon come, and things would get deranged shortly after, as after Sturmgeist was created, Eric would obtain his own firearms license and purchase a .22 caliber Sig Sauer Mosquito handgun. Equipped with this weapon, he would subsequently upload videos testing out his pistol by shooting apples and lemons in the woods. At one point in one of these lemon videos, he looks at the camera and smiles like a fucking psychopath, dude. Eric would become obsessed with this pistol and the other weapons that he would eventually collect in the coming weeks. And with his odd affinity for massacres like school shootings, it was clear where Eric's head was at. Meanwhile, back on YouTube, the amazing atheist who had been keeping an eye on Eric would grow concerned. You see, TJ suspected that Eric had been interacting with a radical online community that was led by a YouTube user who went under the pseudonym Robin McVeigh. This channel name obviously a reference to domestic terrorist Timothy McVeigh. This Robin McVeigh account reportedly posted content that encouraged people to commit school shootings or at least discuss school shootings extensively with almost like a praising nature to it. And apparently Eric had been communicating with this account. TJ, the amazing atheist, would see this and attempt to reach out to Eric, offering emotional support when he saw that he was being misled by this Robin McVeigh account. But alas, TJ apparently couldn't get through to Eric. And seeing the disturbing evolution of Natural Selector / Sturmgeist, TJ would make a call for authorities to investigate the natural selector / pro shooter community on YouTube. TJ felt like somebody needed to look into these guys, but sadly, nobody of any authoritative capacity ever would, leading to the following tragedy. On November 7th, 2007, Eric would upload his final video to his channel, which was called Jokala High School Massacre 11/7/2007. In this video, he would share images of his own high school along with 2 photos of him holding guns colored with a crimson filter. It was clear what he was about to do. On the same day, Eric would upload multiple videos and files onto RapidShare, a Mediafire-like website. There he uploaded music and his own manifesto. This manifesto was written in both English and Finnish and would consist of Eric rationalizing his motives for a soon-to-come culling. It was his natural selection process. The manifesto highlighted social Darwinism, and Eric wanted it to be known as an act of terrorism, he says, a total war against humanity. Eric made sure to state in his manifesto that his violent tendency didn't come from any external factors and no one told him to do it. He said it all came from within. Suicide notes were also left on his desk at his house, addressed to his parents. One of these said, quote, "By the time you're reading this, I'm probably already dead." Eric would later enter Jokala High School with his arsenal of guns at approximately 11:40 a.m. 2 minutes later, he would encounter his first student, where he raised his weapon, fired, and killed the student on the spot. Eric would continue to go on to murder a total of 8 people, including an educational welfare officer who had tried to persuade Eric to surrender. Eric would respond to the peace offering by shooting the woman 7 times. Eric also attempted to burn the school down using a mixture of gas and oil. This attempt proved unsuccessful, though. A little bit before noon on this day, Eric would get into a shootout with the local police officers that were attempting to negotiate with him. He would try multiple times to reposition himself to get a good shot on him, but luckily he wasn't able to harm any of these officers. Afterwards, Eric would move to the school's bathroom, where he would put his bag and his jacket on the floor and attempted to take his own life sometime after 12:04 p.m. He shot himself in the head. However, he wasn't successful. Eric would later be carted to the hospital and he would die. The natural selector's wrath was finally over. This became an international news headline, and on the same day, the amazing atheist would upload a video titled, "I Knew This Would Happen." In the video, he begrudgingly expresses the fact that he wishes that people would have caught on to this earlier. He did predict it after all.
Today, I am vindicated, but I don't feel good about it. And you could probably tell that I'm not happy about my vindication, because it was something that I warned you would happen, something that I told you to be mindful of, and you didn't. You weren't mindful of it. You criticized me for it. Many of you said that I was being a bully, that I was picking on people. Well, one of those poor little picked-on morons decided that he was going to go to school and shoot up his class. And he killed 8 people, including his principal.
In his video, TJ would reveal that Eric had messaged him a few times recently, and apparently Eric showed remorse towards TJ and actually apologized for the past hostilities between them.
I don't really have anything to say. I mean, he was nice to me towards the end of our relationship, which was very tenuous. He wrote me a few times. I ignored him because I felt like I'd already done that. I felt like I'd already said my piece about him, and I didn't really have anything else to say. Right before he went on his shooting rampage, he sent me an IM that said, "I apologize for all the past hostilities between us." And I thought to myself at the time, well, that's very nice. I don't know where it's coming from. I don't know why you're suddenly apologizing to me, but thank you.
TJ claims that the apologetic message was sent right before the shootings occurred. TJ, the atheist, would end his video with a statement in which he proclaimed that
we shouldn't turn him into a monster and we shouldn't turn him into a hero. We need to think of him as exactly what he was, a pathetic fucking teenager who didn't know that what he was doing was wrong.
The Sturmgeist natural selector saga has been forgotten by most. In my view, this is one of the most disturbing instances that led up to an abandoned channel. This next abandoned channel story is truly a sad case. It's the unfortunate tale of wildebeest 88883333, a teenage creator who was killed in an infamous natural disaster, one that he eerily foreshadowed to years prior to his death. Will Norton was born on August 19, 1992 in Joplin, Missouri, to his parents Mark and Trish Norton. Will grew up with a happy-go-lucky attitude and was described as someone who loved meeting new people and making sure they felt included and welcome. He had aspirations of becoming a filmmaker and would make the decision as a teenager to start a YouTube channel. Will Norton had created his YouTube channel wildebeest 88883333 on September 26, 2006. And he began making YouTube videos in November 8th of 2007, where he gleefully shared various details of his life with the public.
Oh, life is good. That's right. It's a school night and it's late and I should be asleep, but I can't make myself go to sleep. I am just in way too good of a mood and I don't even know why. I have no reason why, to be honest. Sometimes it's good to just be happy. And sometimes it's good to just make a YouTube video. Well, this was fun. No, I'm kidding. I'm not leaving you yet. Jeez, what are you thinking? Come on, use your brain, you people. Wow, you all are like, man, wildebeest on the crack now. No. YouTube drama, stay away.
His videos were mostly comprised of traveling footage as well as interesting trivia facts about animals and other subjects that interested him. While creating content, Will would find some success, as he would eventually be invited into the YouTube Partner Program on May 13th of 2008.
Is that an advertisement, Will? Oh, no, what's that? That would be a banner, yeah. That's right, I'm in the YouTube Partner Program. I'm really excited. This is going to hopefully motivate. That's a good word, motivate me to make better videos.
He would continue to make YouTube videos about his life as a teenager. His channel serving as a diary of sorts, where he talked about pet peeves, life updates, plans for travel, stuff like that.
Here's my pet peeves. Let's take a picture for MySpace.
Alrighty.
You're so completely bored that you decided to take a picture for MySpace. Get your sunglasses on, you look all cool. That's good, I like it.
Oh, I look ugly.
You're not ugly. See? And it really is a good picture. But of course I don't like it. This next one usually happens when you're taking a test. Typically a standardized test. And they do that. Will you stop that, please?
Oh, sorry.
Even one video where he excitedly talks about getting a Hummer for his 16th birthday, his prized possession.
Hey guys, so as a lot of you know, my birthday was August 19th, and I appreciate all the nice messages and comments and emails and everything you all sent me wishing me happy birthday. That really made it special. Also, as all of you know, if you're following me on Twitter, I got my car. It's a new Hummer H3.
Now there's one notable video around this time that we need to talk about. This video being something of an uncanny foreshadowing to Will's own demise. It was uploaded in May of 2009, entitled I Nearly Died. It was a crazy story where he talks about how he survived a very powerful thunderstorm on the way to school one day.
It's May 8th, 2009, and today I nearly died. I wake up this morning and it is storming like crazy. I can hear the hail on the roof. I look out my window. The pool is going crazy because there's so much water flowing into it. The trees are crazy. It's still pitch dark outside and it's like 7:20. So I get ready really fast and I rush to school, out the door, and then I'm leaving for school and there is just tons of rain. And it's like every street is just like one entire puddle. And I'm going and there's trees down in the road. So I'm freaking out. I'm like, oh, I'm going to be late. I passed through 18 stoplights on my way to school. 4 of them exploded. And then I saw so many ambulances, which kind of freaked me out because I had to pull over into the big puddles and I was like, ah. Keep in mind, I drive a Hummer, so really I shouldn't have any reason to be scared. And then I turn on the main road of my town, and the wind is so crazy. You just see water. It's like horizontal rain, and all the cars are like veering. I was having trouble keeping my car on the road. I drive a Hummer. This should not be happening.
While telling the story, he details how he almost lost his life in the squall due to its intensity.
Anyway, I get there, and I turn on the road that my school is on, and there's a power plant right by it, and it explodes. Like sparks go all across the road and like hit the road. Oh my gosh, it was crazy. Right in front of my car. I was freaking out. I made it safely home, and I think I'm just gonna go take a nap for the rest of my life because I didn't die. Oh my gosh, I'm done. I am done. I'm never driving in weather again, ever. Bye, guys.
This wouldn't be Will's only encounter with violent storms, as the dark irony of this piece of content would make itself apparent many years later. Meanwhile, as Will continued to create content, it would be revealed that the young YouTuber wasn't the only one in the Norton family who had the urge to be creative online, as his sister Sarah Norton also uploaded videos to her own YouTube page. Her content mostly consisted of makeup tutorials and fashion vlogs. The two were extremely close, as she described him as the most incredible brother anyone could ask for, and she said Will was someone who truly valued happiness. Now back to Will, he continued to find success and even had some brushes with actual famous people. See, at one point Will expressed that his biggest idol in life was Kat Von D from LA Inc.
If you don't know this about me, which a lot of you do, I am obsessed with Kat Von D. Like, here's my room. This is a picture of my room. Yes. That's how obsessed I am with Kat Von D. I have her book. I have 5 posters of her. I think about her constantly. She's through the background on my phone and on my computers and everything. Yeah.
Apparently, the video of him discussing this got back to Kat Von D, and the artist tweeted at him. This resulted in the two connecting, and Will later going to LA to meet up with her. Will made a YouTube video talking about all of it. Increasingly successful in the online world, Will also thrived at school. In school, Norton was an excelling student, and as he continued to make content on his YouTube channel, his passion for filmmaking only increased. And that goal would be fulfilled near the end of his senior year of high school, when he would be accepted into Chapman University, which was a difficult program to get into. Will Norton's life seemed to be set. But sadly though, as you all know, Will the Beast is an abandoned channel. And with a dedicated creator like Will Norton, it's obvious that his absence wasn't by choice. In May of 2011, Will would have another run-in with a severe storm. This time, the young man wouldn't live to tell the tale. Will Norton was set to graduate from Joplin High School on May 22nd, 2011. The ceremony was held at the Missouri Southern State University campus, which was near the outskirts of Joplin, northeast of downtown. Storms were in the forecast on this day, but few in town expected what was to come. As Will's graduation ceremony wrapped up, weather conditions began to rapidly deteriorate. From what Will's sister Sarah recounts, they weren't all too concerned though, as only a tornado watch had been issued for the area that day, meaning that there was a possibility of a tornado, but an active twister hadn't been spotted. Tornado watches are common in the Midwest, especially springtime in Missouri. Many folks from Joplin likely expected nothing more than a thunderstorm. Will wasn't worried. He had survived many in his time. So at this graduation, despite the weather, there wasn't much panic. Will and company certainly weren't dilly-dallying though, and with their son officially graduated, the Norton family decided to head home. They would split up, with his sister and his mother driving together, and Will and his father driving home in Will's prized Hummer. As Sarah drove home, she noticed the sky turning an ominous black, and winds picked up. Her gut began to tell her this was no routine thunderstorm. Something big was descending upon Joplin. Driving with her mother in the passenger seat, Sarah developed a sense of urgency to get home, flooring her vehicle as fast as she could, running red lights to beat out what looked to be a developing tornado. Sarah's tornado instincts didn't fail her this day, as such a twister had just touched down near Joplin. It was a tornado that would unleash natural horrors dwarfing all that the state had seen in the past several decades. The 2011 Joplin EF5 twister had come. This massive, nearly mile-wide tornado approached Joplin from the southwest and was killing virtually all who crossed its path. All on the roads at this point were sitting ducks for the storm. Sarah and her mother would make it home as the storm raged. Their power soon went out and debris buffeted their home. Thankfully, though, it appeared they were going to be spared from a direct hit by the tornado. But what about Will and his father? Desperate for an update, Sarah called Will on his cell phone, to which he would quickly pick up. It was difficult to make out what was going on, but Sarah says in this brief call she could hear Will's father faintly yell out, "There's a tornado, pull over!" And moments later, a gusting roar and a loud crash overtook the audio of the phone, and the call was almost immediately disconnected.
What are you talking? I'm trying to talk to him. Dad, are you there? Can you just answer me, please? Are you there? Are you there? And so, finally, I heard it say Will, because Will was driving right now in the passenger seat of his H3. And I finally heard it say, Will, pull over, pull over, pull over. And he goes, there's a tornado, pull over. And then I just heard this wind suck him up, and I could tell it was really bad. I could tell it wasn't just outside the car somewhere. I could tell that they were getting blown up in the tornado. They were getting sucked up, and I could see the glass and everything. And then finally the phone was dead, and I kept saying, Dad, can you hear me? Just tell me you're okay. I love you. Can you hear me?
It seemed as if Will had crossed the path of the tornado, and his vehicle might have gotten sucked up into the vortex and tossed. Yes, during the tornado, Will's Hummer had found itself right in the middle of the storm. It said that when they were being sucked up by the twister, Will's father attempted to protect his son, covering him up while the tornado overtook the car. But the force of the tornado was too strong, ripping Will not only from his father's arms, but from the entire vehicle. Will was snatched out of his seatbelt by the winds and sucked through the Hummer's sunroof. His fate was in the hands of Mother Nature at this point. The gargantuan Joplin EF5 was the deadliest tornado to occur in the United States since 1947. It killed 158 people, as well as an additional 8 indirectly. Injuries from the storm added up to 1,150. Over 8,000 buildings were damaged. Among those, 4,000 were destroyed, amounting in $2.8 billion in damages to the area. Among all of these grim statistics, it was the costliest tornado in American history. The remaining community members of Joplin were left to pick up the pieces of this freak storm, and their first task was to rescue those trapped and to find the missing. The Nortons were dealing with such an instance of missing family members. Will and his father never returned home. Sarah and Mom would drive around town for a while, and they did find Will's Hummer. It was completely ravaged, and Will and his father were nowhere to be found in the wreckage. They hoped that perhaps they were rescued and taken to a hospital, so the remaining family members would go to the local hospital. And there they would discover that Will's father was indeed there. He had had a torn bicep and several other serious injuries. When he came to, he would inform them that Will was sucked out of the car and he wasn't... 3 cameras rolling.
Comedy. All right, here it is. I've spent most of my career working as an independent contractor, and I've loved every minute of it. I love being in charge of my own schedule. I love working for people I choose to work for. And I love the freedom that comes from being my own boss. And I'm not alone. Nearly 70 million people in this country work the same way. They don't want to be somebody's employee. Not that there's anything wrong with that. And many of them don't want to join a union. Not that there's anything wrong with that. What they want to do is assume the risk that comes with being an independent contractor in exchange for the many benefits. A lot of these people don't work in my industry. Many of them are truck drivers, dancers, graphic artists, writers, real estate agents, and so forth. I want to introduce you to a couple of these people because right now,
when he came to, he would inform them that Will was sucked out of the car and he wasn't sure if he was alive. Over the next several days, the family would continue their searches and continue to call hospitals to see if Will had showed up. No luck. Eventually, 5 days later, the family would finally be notified that Will's body had been found. It was in a pond near the area that the tornado had destroyed his vehicle. Will was dead. As news traveled about Will the Beast's passing, many reached out to social media to express their condolences, including Kat Von D, Will's idol, who would draw a picture in memory of Will Norton. On June 9th of 2011, Sarah Norton would upload a video going over everything that had happened to their family from her perspective. She would also go on to applaud her brother and say that he had been a man of God, and he was truly blessed to have lived a miraculous life where he saw many things and had many adventures. Sarah was astonished by the love and support that he was receiving posthumously from fans and viewers. In 2013, after receiving donations, the Rotary Club at Will's school opened a handicap-accessible ballpark playground that was named after Will, called the Will Norton Miracle Field. As a result of the Joplin EF5, Will's channel remains abandoned to this day. His sister Sarah would issue another memorial for him on her channel in 2020. And I think I'll end this segment with a brief quote from that.
So what I usually try to do every year on May 22nd is try to remember Will and do things that he loved to do. So that usually means going to Starbucks and getting a white Muffet, his favorite drink, or going to Sonic and getting an ocean water, which is his other favorite drink. He loved to take pictures with his tongue out, colored blue from the ocean water. And I like to try to spend the day with people who I love most and who understand what I'm going through. So that usually means my husband, obviously my daughter now, and then lots of times I stay with my parents. Sometimes I like to go to Will's gravesite, but if we're being honest, like that's not where I feel closest to him. So I love having pictures of Will around me, especially on this day. If you'll notice, I turned my entire film room into like this wildebeest fun room, and I absolutely love looking at these pictures. It makes me so happy. I love going through all the pictures and videos on my phone that I have of Will and me. It just brings me a lot of joy and happiness, and I don't know, just reminds me of all the great memories that we've shared together.
Harley Dilly and Harley Dilly 2.0 were channels created by a teenage boy from Ohio named Harley Dilly.
What's up, boys? It's your boy, Harley Dilly.
These pages were a hub for the teenager to upload video gaming content around the Madden series and the trading card game that was ancillary to this franchise. But Harley's content isn't what makes him notable. It's the bizarre circumstances surrounding the abandonment of his channel. See, Harley abruptly vanished, and his channel has been left untouched since December of 2019. In what would eventually become a law enforcement investigation and an alleged conspiracy plot that swept the online true crime sleuth community into a frenzy, this is the story of Harley Dilly. Let's begin with a bit of personal life details surrounding Harley. It's said that he has some issues as a teenager. 14-year-old Harley Dilly from Port Clinton, Ohio, his life revolved around gaming. According to his mother, Heather Dilly, her son had a video game addiction. Gaming would cause turmoil in the Dilly house frequently. Heather revealed in an interview that at one point the family had become concerned with his perceived addiction and they took away Harley's games, resulting in him throwing a particularly angry fit that caused the police to be called. Outbursts such as this were said to have been somewhat common from Harley. The young gamer suffered behavioral issues and was diagnosed with Asperger's when he was a young boy. As a child, he would get in trouble at school as well and had to regularly attend counseling for his behavioral issues. As a teenage gamer, Madden football in particular became an outlet for Harley to channel out pent-up energy. He found the competition in these games too enticing to put down. According to Harley's mother, as his skills in Madden and other games grew, Harley expressed that he wanted to become a full-time gamer and online gaming influencer. He had aspirations to be a YouTube content creator or a streamer, perhaps. Make that money, you know what I'm saying? Harley's personality would become completely defined by his affinity for gaming and online content creation. His passion for it so obvious to his peers that Harley was voted most likely to become a YouTuber in his high school yearbook once. He would regularly upload gaming videos and also these vlog-style videos where he could be seen complaining about his parents. All this content would be posted to the Harley Dilly channel. Yeah, in addition to his gaming content, as I just mentioned, he would sometimes discuss issues in his personal life in detail. Family drama, notably. One notable video in this regard was published in October of 2018. And it has him discussing an altercation with his mother, which ended up with the police getting called. Similar to a scenario we talked about earlier.
Hey guys, what's up? It is Harley Dilly. Probably one of my worst days of my life. So, basically,
I
was at school and I was science test. I finished it and my computer says 1% battery left. So I get to the next class and I put it on charger as quick as possible, but it didn't charge. None of the computers would take a charge. So I took it back and I had to fill out a complaint, and that's one of the most expensive parts of the computer. And my mom said she's not paying anything. That's when I got home. So then my mom wanted me to go with her to go get a friend, and I said I don't want to. I have work to do, so I want to go home. She said no. We argued for about a good 5 minutes. Then she snapped. She said she was gonna call police, and she said she already did. She said Who do you think that first call was to? And she said it was the police.
Harley seemed rather upset with his life circumstances, to say the least. Now, sometime around this upload, Harley Dilly would create a new YouTube channel called Harley Dilly 2.0. His reasoning for doing so is stated in the channel's description. Quote, "This is my main channel, but temporarily named because other channel is getting deleted in 2 years." And I gotta be honest, I don't exactly know what Harley means here. Maybe this was like a secret channel that his parents couldn't know about. I really have no idea. I don't know if his first channel was terminated or what, but his explanation just doesn't make any sense. If that makes sense to you, will you please tell me what that means in the comments? So from August of 2019, Harley Dilly would post to the Harley Dilly 2.0 YouTube channel. And after creating this channel, he seemed full of energy and was excited for the future, stating in one video that the depression was over.
Oh boy, the depression is over.
In his first video, he would declare that his main goal would be to reach 1,000 subscribers within the next 2 years.
But now we are on to bigger, new things. And that means that this Harley Dilly YouTube channel, the goal is to reach 1,000 subs in the next 2 years.
Most of the content on this channel would consist of gaming videos with him playing games revolving around Madden, particularly Madden Mobile, because apparently his family had taken away all of his gaming consoles for bad behavior, and the phone version of Madden was all that he had left. Speaking of Harley's parents, they have shared their thoughts regarding Harley's online presence on occasion. And unsurprisingly, they really weren't all too thrilled, at least according to a criminal justice update posted by the Attorney General's office in Ohio. They said that Harley was just super careless in the way that he published content, like he would be filming a vlog update video while taking a bath, naked, which I guess the kid didn't realize why that might be a problem. It's also claimed that Harley would post his address and phone number on social media, which is bad for a variety of reasons, and that coupled with the bathtub thing, I mean, I get it, parents. All this aside, though, as Harley grew older, problems only worsened in his personal, social, and family life. In school, Harley continued to get into trouble. According to his mother, he was at one point suspended from school for allegedly slapping a student, which would lead to him getting an assault charge. According to his mother, Heather, when Harley finally returned to school, he would go on to hit another kid.
But he also got in trouble at school. He got OSS for slapping a kid in school, and he has assault charge. In fact, we just got the papers Saturday. I don't even know what date it is. And he never thought that he would get that. They're not going to do anything. They didn't do anything. So we kept telling him, no, you're going to end up in DH if you don't change your ways. But he don't believe it. He's not accepting that this is a consequence. Because then he got in trouble after he went back from OSS. It was the next week sometime. He got in trouble again for kicking a boy in the balls.
Harley would also have more altercations with his parents, disputes that reportedly would result in him running away to stay with friends. The only reasonably stable element of Harley's life at this point was his YouTube channel. He continued to post through 2019, and his page seemed like the only place that we truly see Harley happy. He loved making content despite his family woes, school drama. Harley found a way to put a smile on his face when the camera was on and the gameplay was rolling. So with this being his only respite from the chaos that was his life at the time, why did he stop uploading? Why does the Harley Dilly 2.0 channel sit abandoned? Harley's last YouTube upload would be published on December 10th of 2019. It was Madden Mobile gameplay with commentary. Nothing out of the ordinary.
The only game I watched of week 14 was the Browns, and then I watched a little bit of the Chiefs versus Patriots. Boom, Austin Eckler with the touchdown. Well, that took a while to score a touchdown with him. Not saying that it's his fault.
A little over a week later, a mysterious set of circumstances would play out that had the internet and law enforcement up in a frenzy looking for answers, as Harley would go missing. According to reports, on Friday, December 20th, 2019, Harley woke up and reluctantly went to school after insisting to his parents that he should be allowed to stay home for the day. His parents wouldn't budge, as it was the last day of school before Christmas break, And they thought, Harley, you really just need to go. I mean, you're about to get a vacation anyways. So later, Harley Dilly would be spotted on a neighborhood surveillance camera heading to the direction of his school. However, Harley would never make it to his destination on this day. He seemingly vanished from the face of the earth and would never be seen alive again. The school day would come to an end, and Harley never comes home. His father would report his son missing to the authorities on the following day, on December 21st at 11:50 p.m. Now, the reasoning given that they waited for such a long time in between the disappearance and the report is apparently because they were used to Harley running away and thought that this was just another one of those circumstances. Maybe he was staying with a friend. But after an entire day had passed, they figured that wasn't the case and started to actually get worried that something bad had happened to Harley. Yeah, it is a little bit suspicious and kind of weird. I mean, many of you out there probably grew up in a house where that wouldn't be the case, but whatever. On December 22nd, 2019, police began searching a 150-acre area around where Harley was last spotted, hoping for a miracle. Given Harley Dilly's history for running away, Port Clinton police didn't initially suspect foul play. They thought it was just a missing child case. Being treated as a runaway child case of sorts, on Christmas Eve, the investigation would escalate as the local authorities would issue a missing child advisory. The search would go nationwide on December 27th. This story would hit the internet as well, and internet sleuths from around the world would begin to pry into the details of the case and the history of Harley Dilly's online presence. These sleuths began to become suspicious of his mother. Internet detectives soon took to social media to accuse Harley Dilly of murdering her own son, sourcing interviews that she had previously participated in with the Ohio Bureau of Criminal Investigation, claiming she was lying in these interviews about everything. They also found an old stream that Harley did where he was complaining about being locked out of his house, and this would be used as evidence against Heather Dilly by these conspiracy theorists.
And I went to talk to my assistant principal because he's like the only person I can really trust in this. So I went to talk to him, and he told me that my mom never called the police. So she lied to me to get me scared, and she locked me out of the house. So right now, I'm outside. Yep, the house is locked. It is 3:30. I haven't ate anything.
They claim that she was a neglectful mother, or at the worst, killed him. Real-world police, they didn't share the suspicion that the internet sleuths had, though, surprisingly. The police had actually done somewhat of an investigation on the parents already, even having cadaver dogs go into their house and look around for Harley. They didn't treat them as suspects at all. They had been totally ruled out. Heather was also spearheading a social media effort at the time to find her son, and even posted a video to Facebook urging people to help find Harley.
Hi, you all want to see what I look like when I'm not taking my meds to help. You want to know what it's like to have a son missing. It hurts. It makes you feel like you can't go on, but you have to go on. You don't understand. You seriously don't know what it feels like. Stop bashing my family. Harley, please come home. Please come home. Let him go. Please. I want him home. I'm tired of crying. I'm tired of being strong when I can't be. You guys are such monsters.
A guilty party could do something like this, I guess, but it's unlikely. You know, people were saying she was pulling a Christopher Watts move, if you know what I'm saying. Despite the mother's visible distress regarding this situation, online sleuths continue to accuse her of murder and other serious crimes, you know, maybe kidnapping or child trafficking. The police would catch wind of these armchair amateurs and would comment, quote, "It's unbelievable," Chief Hickman said. "I never really looked at it that way until I started following other cases of people who went missing. Some of the same people commenting on Harley were on those pages. So I don't know if they just sit at home and think up conspiracies. I don't understand it." An award of nearly $20,000 was offered to anyone who knew about where Harley was or what could have happened to him. And this reward would eventually help in police getting a break. On January 13th of 2020, a tip would come in that led to police performing a search of an unoccupied summer home that was across the street from the Dilley residence. There, they would make an astonishing discovery, as Harley's coat and his glasses were found on the second floor of the property on the ground. Knowing he could likely be somewhere at the house, they performed a hurriedly yet thorough search of the entire place. And during this final scrying effort, Harley Dilley's body was found. The location of the body baffled all in attendance, as his remains were lodged in the chimney of the home. Looked pretty sus at first, but after thinking things over, police determined that there was still no foul play. They presented the following explanation for Harley's untimely death. Harley Dilley left his house that morning and never had any intent to go to school. Rather, what he was going to do was find a place that he could camp out for the day and simply return after school was out, so it looked like he went without ever having to go. It was cold outside that day, so Harley needed somewhere somewhat warm to stay in. And that's when he got the idea to stay at this vacant summer home. This house actually has an antenna pole outside of it that is climbable. And they said that Harley climbed up this pole, scaled up it, and then basically tried to enter the house through the chimney, fell through, and got stuck. In the process of trying to get himself loose, Harley would lose his jacket and his glasses, which fell down and emptied out through the bottom of the chimney. He was never able to free himself, and Harley died from asphyxiation, lodged in the flue. Many in the local community were satisfied with this explanation, and Harley's death was deemed a freak accident of sorts, a tragedy nonetheless. But even with his body found and the family officially cleared, the online mob still raged, and they continued to try to pin the mother as being responsible, or went as far as alleging that the cops were trying to cover for them. Something that really fueled the conspiracy fires took the form of this picture, which showed Harley's coat hanging from atop of a door in the same house where Harley's body was found. This photo is somewhat confusing, as if Harley Dilley died in the chimney flue, then how did his coat get on the door? Well, it was later explained that during evidence collection and photography, one of the detectives put this, coat up on the door. Were the police lying, and was this coat put up there by whoever killed Harley or whoever had trafficked him? Well, and credit to the conspiracy theorists, there was something wrong about this, but it's not in the way that they were suggesting. The police had actually fucked up in the process of taking evidence, and somebody had moved the jacket up to this spot on this door, and a photo was taken of that as well, which made it seem conflicting to the story that they presented. Basically, somebody moved some evidence that they weren't supposed to move and took a photo that they shouldn't have taken. This lapse caught the police department off guard as the rookie mistake got published online. Quote, "The mistake that's going to haunt me for the rest of my life is we hung the coat on that door," Chief Hickman said. "We should have blocked the windows during the search, but that's hindsight." When police confirmed that they were in fact the ones who put the coat above the door, the ferocious true crime addicts didn't believe their story. This virtual aggression manifested into the real world as protesters and demonstrators would flock around Port Clinton all through this investigation and even after the body had been found. They criticized the job authorities were doing and demanded the cops bring in the FBI and National Center for Exploited and Missing Children. In all reality, both entities had been a part of this investigation for weeks at that point. Some protesters even got arrested for trespassing onto the property where Harley was found dead. The online sleuths would later create a petition on change.org for the arrest of Harley's parents, citing negligence. This petition got over 40,000 signatures. Despite a concluded investigation and official documents that exonerated the parents from any wrongdoing, people on the internet still believe that Harley Dilley's parents were responsible for his death to this day. There are some elements behind his disappearance that are somewhat suspicious, but I think if you piece together the backstory of Harley and his troubles at home, I think it is certainly possible for a kid to try to climb up an antenna tower and camp out into a house. Naturally, Harley Dilley's channel now remains as an abandoned YouTube channel, and in case you were wondering, that's how it happened. That was the story of Harley Dilley. It's always unsettling when you discover an abandoned YouTube channel. Finding a page that was once full of life and activity sitting dormant and forlorn. It always makes you wonder what became of the creator. The answer isn't always clear at first. Now, most of the time, these folks decided YouTube just wasn't for them and they moved on to greener pastures. But in a handful of cases, like Kenny Beach, for example, and the next abandoned channel that we're discussing, their final video is directly related to the reason of the untimely abandonment. Which brings us to the story of Hobstobe, the train surfing YouTuber who met an unfortunate demise. James, or Jim William Stobie, aka Stobe the Hobo or Hobstobe, was born October 23, 1984. James would join the U.S. Coast Guard and serve 4 years. He would be honorably discharged. In addition to being a military veteran, Stobie was a veteran train hopper as well, and had been doing this for 10 years at the time of his channel's creation. During his ventures, he would document his escapades in what was more or less a guerrilla filmmaking style, showcasing his travels from train to train across the country.
Greetings, viewers. Stove Cold Steve Austin here. Stove the Hobo, whatever. Basically, little update here. This is, first of all, this is near Lake McConaughey, Nebraska. And this line here, for the rail fans in the audience, this is the UP Powder River Basin connector line from North Platte and the big, overland main line, Chicago to Oakland line. This is where the coal comes down out of the mines. We got double tracks. So this way you've got North Platte, and then that way is the mines. There's tons of trains through here.
These rail riding ventures would be uploaded to his YouTube channel, which was created on February 15th, 2012. His first video would debut 3 days later. In the video, the 27-year-old Stobe would introduce himself as a regular guy who just needed to get from place to place.
Hello, my name is Jim Stobie. Let me tell you a little about myself before we get to our main topic. I'm 27 years old. And my age, I've kind of come to a point where when I travel, I want to travel in style. I want to get there fast. And I want to feel very comfortable. And so therefore, this new method is something I will now showcase to you.
Instead of using more conventional methods, Jim would convey that he had a different approach: train hopping.
The method of travel I plan on using is known as cargo freight train riding.
His first video acted as a tutorial of sorts, showcasing what items you bring when you're train hopping and the procedure that you use from going to train as safe as possible.
I will now detail the various accoutrements I will be bringing along with me on this trip. A reasonably warm sleeping bag. A crude and yet fashionably colored pack. A comfortable one-piece fleece jumpsuit to be worn underneath this one-piece cotton jumpsuit. And while this one-piece cotton jumpsuit does come off as a bit crude and forlorn, might I add that very many famous movie stars and musicians have worn this exact outfit.
Now, many might romanticize train hopping, but in reality, it's a dirty, rugged way to travel, and is incredibly dangerous no matter how careful you are. Jim tried his best to be as cautious as possible in his videos, but nonetheless, the threat of death was always there. Stobie told the Daily Dot in 2016, quote, "I've tried a lot of ways to get attention as an artist. This seems to be the only one that people notice. I'm really disappointed with modern boring life in the United States and the fact that traveling basically requires a personal vehicle these days. I only make YouTube videos that are original content, and this is a way to do that with the total glut of material on YouTube these days." He would also speak to the Daily Dot about the dangers of train hopping, saying, quote, "Trying to get on or off at..."
Did someone doodle on my face? Are these tattoos?
Off at high speed or with too much alcohol in my system. A specific instance would be dismounting while fatigued or blitzed, wiping out and watching a wheel go 2 inches from my face. The man apparently almost falling off and getting hit by the train's wheel. Many believe that Jim was some sort of homeless man given the name of his channel, but in fact he had his own apartment and had many other talents that could bring him money. Jim was an accomplished piano player and scored music for the background of his videos. Not to mention he was in the military, meaning that he likely got some benefits. Throughout his ventures, Stobie would travel through the state of Illinois, the cities of Toledo, Fargo, and Jacksonville, and other cities around the country. He also traveled to Indonesia, as well as hitchhiked to Denver on July 4th to see fireworks there. As the channel gained traction, Stobie would pitch the idea for fans of his content to fund his travels. That way, he could provide even more content for viewers to enjoy.
Let's talk about the costs of doing one of the trips I do for a minute. I'd like to start by saying any voyage, whether you're going to Mars with Elon Musk or traveling by cargo train, requires a budget. Unless you want to eat dumpster food and drink tap water for an entire month, you're going to need money for food, beer, an occasional hotel, and then just some extra cash for a bus ticket if you get stranded or a trespass ticket. Any number of things.
He would also include Patreon incentives for donators. From 2012 to 2017, Stobie would regularly upload his adventurous thrill rides to his channel. Almost 40 episodes were published. His videos had something of a nostalgic feel to them. They were very lo-fi in quality, and it was almost as if, you know, you were watching a guy LARP as like a Great Depression era train hopper / panhandling. It was a way to see a part of America that you really don't see normally, the tracks and the area around that. Jim had other YouTube plans as he wanted to create a channel where he was stationary in it. He admitted that he had ideas for a commentary channel that he would call Stobe Attack, where he commentated on current events and news stories that popped up. But sadly, Stobe would never get to partake in this second channel, as activities on the first would lead to his demise. One of Jim's last train ride adventures would be uploaded to YouTube on November 6, 2017, in which he would jump on a train in Wendover, Wyoming. In the video, you could see the type of risk he routinely took. A precarious stunt with a confident man moving with the expertise of a 10-year train hopping veteran.
Really careful until I'm in front. Up here. Careful. Okay. It's not great. This is not great, but it'll work. I hope.
Sadly, though, shortly after this video, Stobie would be involved in a terrible mistake that would cost him his life. An unlisted video published to his YouTube channel would show Jim in the Baltimore area. He was talking about avoiding rain and apparently was about to perpetrate a train hop.
This train actually goes all the way to Selkirk. This is the 410. But, I mean, the rain, forget it. We got heavy rains going on, which I'm not into.
Now, it's never actually been officially concluded how Stobe really died, but on November 8th of 2017, Hope Stobe was found dead in Baltimore, Maryland, around some train tracks. Apparently, he had fallen off of an overpass onto the tracks below. The man was dead at only 33 years old. Stobe's death would lead to a lot of confusion online, as many couldn't fathom a veteran train hopper like him making what they saw as a rookie mistake. There were many conspiracy theories surrounding his death, but it was pretty clear that Stobe had either been hit by a train or had fallen while trying to hop on one. His body was identified due to his fingerprints that were put into the database when he was in the military. Stobe's obituary would read, quote, "To some, he will become a legend through his life's work, and to others, he will be fondly remembered solely for his quirky yet lovable self, as evidenced by his humor, fierce wit, compassion, deadpan delivery, solicited and unsolicited commentary on just about anything, unbridled passion for unconventional living, mad piano skills, the enormous talent that he generously shared with all the lives he intersected with, and countless other things. He will indeed be greatly missed by all who knew him, while leaving an irreparable gaping hole in the hearts, minds, and souls of his family." Around the time of his final upload, Stobe had close to 11,000 subscribers. He now has 56,600 to this day. His channel remains abandoned. She seemed happy, excited to entertain, and was adored by thousands of viewers. They called her the British Boxy. Colossal Carnage 08 was primed to be a massive success on YouTube. Her last upload was May 2nd of 2010. This is her story. In January of 2008, YouTuber Boxy Babe, or Boxy as she's most commonly known on the internet, set the web on fire after going viral, showcasing her bubbly charisma and personality.
Okay, hi, my name is Foxy, and I was just surfing on the internet like I do, and I happened across your video, and so I watched it, and you were talking about me, and so I just thought that I should make you this video to clear a couple things up.
There were many Boxy clones out there after the Queen went viral. You could say there was an untapped market for this type of creator.
One British YouTuber, likely inspired by Boxy,
would show up online about a year later, boasting a similar persona to Boxy. Her name was Chloe Shaw. Chloe created her YouTube.
The legal entanglements of Sean P. Diddy Combs gives us the perfect opportunity.
Chloe created her YouTube channel Colossal Carnage 08 on December 18th, 2008, creating her first video July 24th, 2009, when she was 17 years old. About a year later, though, her career would be non-existent online, as there was something else behind this bubbly personality that was unnoticed by friends and family. This brace-faced teenager's first video consisted on her giving herself a scene kid makeover.
Hi there YouTube, my name's Colossal Carnage, and it's about 3 in the morning, and I'm bored out my brains, and I was talking to a friend, and he said, oh, you know, I'm about to log off, because I know you're probably going to do an all-nighter and can't bother to go back on the PS3, I'll give you something to do. And so now we have a little wager, because I'm, well, how people have the, like, I'm seen, I'm this, I'm hardcore, I'm goth, so I don't have one. I'm just whatever. I'm usually big baggy top from HMV and skinny jeans. Whatever works. And he said, I dare you to go seen and then post it on YouTube. So I thought, yeah, why not?
Videos like this back in the day got a lot of interaction, and her comments would be filled with pervs commenting on her looks. You know, it's the 17-year-old girl, guys. But Chloe fought back against these creeps and trolled them by making a jump scare video. While in school, Chloe was a successful theater kid who was attending the Birmingham Theater School. She was very witty and had great camera presence. Using her charisma, she was able to foster something of a fan base. Her mom says, quote, she had a lot of fans on YouTube, and they just liked her quirkiness and her sense of humor, unquote. Chloe seemed to have had an interesting rapport with her fans, as she would often tease them and joke about some of the people watching her, saying they were losers, insinuating that they needed to go outside and touch grass. One such video like this is, get the fuck off YouTube, losers.
Norm, presume your name is, I saw your rant video, and what I can take out of it is, 1, you're a fat ass, and 2, you need to lose weight. Not because, well, not because you might enjoy being a fat ass, I can't presume anyone would. It's obviously a health issue if you're getting convulsions. But yeah, lose some weight, it'll do you good, and people still won't take you seriously even when you do lose weight. Just heads up there, keep doing this. So try that. It's probably the best, you fat piece of shit.
Chloe would continue the trend of giving herself makeovers and uploading 2 a.m. rant videos where she would criticize popular YouTubers for some time. Doing this, she got close to 300 subscribers, and she was so happy about this, she uploaded a celebration video when she crossed the mark in September of 2009.
Hello, it's me, and I have 300 subscribers, and I thought to celebrate I should do a Sparta thing, you know, as in maybe 300, yeah. I was too lazy for that, and I found that I couldn't be asked. So instead, I'm going to tell you about a dream I had.
She would also share with fans that theater school was going well and that she had aspirations to act in the future. She detailed how she got a role in a Shakespearean play, and she did a makeover on her channel showing fans what the character would look like.
I said in one of the videos, I think, that we're doing A Winter's Tale. Well, that's our Shakespeare project. And I have the role of Mamilius, who's a little boy, and Autolycus. Now, Autolycus is a con man, or in my case, a con woman. And the way we've set it is, well, the second half of the play is 20 years after the first half of the play. And we're doing it in the 40s and then the 60s. So I'm basically a hippie selling myself and drugs to everyone because it's all about free love and hippies and woo.
Around the time of the play that she was in premiering in 2009, Chloe would upload a video revealing that she had finally gotten her braces removed. She seemed happy and everything seemed to have been going great. She explains that she just got a guy's number that she was interested in and was hanging out with old friends and reconnecting with people from her past. Sadly though, things weren't as they seem, as Chloe had something of a mask on, you could say. After December of 2009, Chloe Shaw's uploads to the Colossal Carnage channel started slowing down. Her final upload would be on May 2nd of 2010. It seemed like any other upload from Chloe. She just was being bubbly and charismatic in the video, rambling about whatever she wanted.
Hello. Been a while. Sorry about that. It's just I've been in the outdoors living life and I dyed my hair purple, which you can't really see here, but I'll put a photo in. Pow! So yes, that's how my hair actually looks now. But you can't see because it's so dark in my room, because I hang around in the dark to reflect the darkness of my... No, not really, I can be anyway for shit. I hope you're brilliant. This is going to be a quick video now, because I've got home and I'm flustered and I thought, do a video, do it now when you're excited and happy and not doing what you've done for the past 3 weeks, 2 months, possibly, and go, oh, just wait, don't worry, they won't mind, and I've been a bit more subscribers, and I'm sorry, so hello new people, I love you all people, big hugs all around, I hope you can feel the love here. Yeah, I totally lost where I was going with that, but I'm quite comfortable hugging myself. There's no one else will. No, they will. If I drag them.
This video was titled Pal. It's the most viewed video on her channel, and that's because it was the last thing she ever uploaded before committing suicide. Reportedly 3 weeks after this video, Chloe Shaw made her way to the Sully Hill Park.
She wouldn't leave the park alive.
She was found later in the evening by a passing dog walker. Chloe's death was a shock to her family and many in her fan base. The exact reasoning behind her making this choice is unclear to this day, but there are some theories out there. There was a contingent of online trolls that despised these creators that were similar to Boxy and Chloe. And some speculate that, well, she might have been receiving some serious trolling and bullying behind the scenes. After she had passed, Chloe's mother started to notice a bombardment of hate comments on her channel, with trolls vocalizing their pleasure about Chloe's death. Quote, LOL, she's dead, ha ha ha, the bitch is dead. Chloe's mother would go on to say that it felt like she had been assaulted. Quote, it was like somebody had punched me. I was winded. I felt sick. It's inhuman because the lack of empathy is astonishing. I'd like to have one of them stand in front of me and I'd like to say, okay, you're not hiding behind your little name and you're not hiding behind your little cartoon picture. Say it to my face, because I don't think they could. The British authorities were notified about this mean-spirited activity and they actually did set out to investigate the accounts posting these hateful comments. YouTube would speak out about it as well, and they tried to take action and ban as many accounts as they could. This small group of detractors would go away with time, and Chloe's channel remains up to this day. You can visit it now to get a glimpse into her life, and it acts as a memorial of sorts. Rest in peace to Chloe Shaw. An abandoned channel that sits at over 100,000 subscribers is Geriatric 1927. While the reason for Geriatric's disappearance from YouTube isn't super disturbing and is probably somewhat obvious, that doesn't mean his story isn't remarkable. Geriatric was truly one of the first successful senior content creators on this platform, and he used the final years of his life to impart his invaluable wisdom to the younger folks out there. This is the story of Geriatric 1927. Peter Oakley, aka Geriatric 1927, was an older YouTuber born August 20th, 1927, and he had quite the life with plenty of stories to tell. And in his old age, he discovered YouTube. The old man became addicted after finding these videos and decided that he would start uploading content of his own.
I got addicted to YouTube and had a fascinating place to go to see all the wonderful videos that you young people have produced. So I thought I'd have a go at doing one myself.
He created a YouTube channel in August of 2006. His first few videos were essentially test footage with him tinkering about trying to figure out how this, YouTube thing works. And these videos in and of themselves were interesting to others on the platform. An old man on YouTube back in 06 was like super rare.
There was a when they demobilized you, they kitted you out with a new set of clothes. Which of course was good. I had quite a nice suit and everything that went with it, shirt and tie and shoes and a suitcase. But the silliest thing was also a trilby hat. Well, there was no way a young man of 20 was going to wear a trilby hat. I think they must have bought a job lot in or something. But I don't know what happened to it, but actually I wish I'd got it now, because it would be so kitsch as to be, in present terminology, cool.
Yes, Geriatric's channel became a must-see sideshow of sorts in the best way possible. To highlight his popularity, it said that at one point he had 4,700 notifications from YouTube in his email inbox, meaning he frequently received comments from curious viewers. Users wanted to know why an old man was making videos on YouTube. So Peter decided that he would tell his life story in a series called Telling It All. This would basically be an autobiographical series that went deep into his history. Some of his stories would involve childhood retellings about how he witnessed as a young teenager the bombings of his hometown by the Nazi Luftwaffe.
It was one night, and there was an horrendous noise of bombs falling, and an enemy bomber had fortunately crossed our lane, dropping a series of bombs as it went. If it had gone down the lane, there would have been very much more chaos and casualties. It did hit one house, and of course with the nasty consequences that you would imagine happened. But we were quite lucky in that one of the bombs in the sequence did land at the end of our garden. At the end of our garden there was a park called Waterloo Park, and that bomb didn't go off and was subsequently defused and then taken away. If it had have gone off, if we were in our shelter, I dare say we would have survived, but certainly if we were in the house, we would not.
So he would reveal that he joined the British Army during World War II after being drafted. There he became a radar technician.
From the age of 16 and you're getting near to 18, you're waiting for that brown envelope to come through the door that's going to say you've conscripted, drafted, I suppose, in the American terminology, into the forces. And of course the envelope always comes.
Geriatric highlighted that these radar techs were crucial to the war effort, and mechanics were sworn to secrecy, taking oaths to protect information harvested from the enemy. He even claimed that if you leaked, you would get killed. He talked about how he met his wife and certain hobbies that he got into, such as motorcycles.
The college that handled the sort of work that I was involved in was in Leicester, which is a town in the very centre of England, and it's there that I met my future wife. You've been dying for me to tell you that, haven't you?
Peter would become the first grandpa of YouTube, and his channel was a hit, taking off in the algorithm. Geriatric had risen up in subscriber count to the point where he was the most subscribed channel on YouTube. Yes, an old man. Geriatric also holds the record as the first YouTuber to reach 25,000 subscribers. He had a huge influence on the platform, and his work would go on to inspire other elderly creators to make content. Peter was pleased to see this, as the man had a goal of getting more old folks involved in the online world, so that the memories of his generation could be preserved digitally. Yeah, Geriatric was truly a trailblazer for senior citizen content creators. He's the one that got the ball rolling. He does not support Feature Man, though. Or, what's the other dude's name? Creepy Ed? Throughout his tenure as a YouTuber, Geriatric would upload 434 videos between 2006 and 2014. He would also set up a second channel that was purely dedicated to music called Geriatric 1927 Blues.
Unfortunately, Peter's age would catch up to him,
as in 2014, he would be diagnosed with an advanced stage of cancer that was untreatable. His final video would be published in February of 2014, and Peter passed away about a month later on March 23, 2014, at 86 years old. Although Peter's life was over, his channel continued to obtain interaction, as his account would hit the 100,000 subscriber milestone 9 years after his death in January of 2023. Peter Oakley is a YouTube legend in a variety of ways. He encouraged more people to come onto the platform, especially older ones. It's always a good idea to go back to the Geriatric channel and pay your respects, but that's Geriatric's story. Yotzlaya is a now abandoned YouTube channel once operated by a man named Brian. It was a classic Let's Play style channel that attracted hundreds of thousands of viewers. They played Borderlands and other games, but the growth of this man's media career would come to a crashing halt one night when the YouTuber decided to make an ill-advised railroad crossing. This is the story of Yotzlaya. Brian Joseph Rickard, aka Yotzlaya, was born December 17, 1982 in
Hello, Ghostbusters! It's Doug. We help people customize and save hundreds on car insurance with Liberty Mutual. We got a bit of a situation. Sure, I can help.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Only in theaters.
Terre Haute, Indiana. Brian was a blue-collar young man who lived within rural Indiana, where he would have two sons, named Matthew Wayne Rickard and Dawson Lee Rickard. In his spare time, he liked to be outdoors and hunting. But what he really loved was video gaming. It would be the catalyst for his YouTube channel's creation, Yotzlaya, of course. Brian would start his channel on March 2nd of 2007, but it wasn't until September 8th of 2010 when he started uploading. The majority of Brian's content at the time was minimal, simple gameplay footage, but he would eventually evolve a bit and started using a microphone to record commentaries.
Alright boys and girls, Yotzlaya here. Got a Modern Warfare 2 gameplay for you. Doing a special dual commentary. Got my brother-in-law here. Why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself there, buddy?
Hey fellas, this is Crown and Coke on the mic. We have a Ground War Team Deathmatch on D-Rail.
There was somebody there. I think your teammate actually killed him on the way up.
As a content creator, Brian grinded as much as possible, putting out daily uploads, playing a variety of games. Whenever he started playing Call of Duty Black Ops Zombies in March of 2011, things really changed for the up.
Alright, boys and girls, Yotzlaya here. Got your Black Ops Nazi Zombies gameplay. And this is the last 5 minutes of my level 58 run that I had. I epically fell here in a minute. I was literally dozing off in the middle of this game.
Black Ops was the start point. Borderlands would be the explosion. After posting Borderlands content in October of 2012, his views shot up to receiving about 1 million per video, and his channel was growing exponentially. In addition to Borderlands and Black Ops content, Brian also posted Yotzlaya vlogs, where he showcased himself hanging out with friends and family. Brian also streamed.
On September 1st, 2012, Brian would in fact stream for 13 hours, 33 minutes, and 37 seconds in celebration of his 1,337th video.
Which spells out LEET if you don't know. Needless to say, Brian enjoyed his newfound career as a YouTuber. It allowed him to provide for his family in a way never before, financially, and the fact that he could spend more time with his loved ones. Sadly, though, this man would only get to exist as a popular content creator for a short time, as, well, his death was around the corner. On Wednesday, October 23rd, 2013, this 30-year-old YouTuber would make an ill-advised decision. As he and his friends,
20-year-old Ashley Pugh
and 24-year-old Ryan Cook, they were joyriding around Virgo County, Indiana, while allegedly partaking in a few alcoholic beverages. It was about 2 o'clock in the morning.
Now, there's been a lot of debate on who was behind the wheel of the vehicle at the time of this encounter, but whoever it was, be it Brian or one of his friends, whoever was behind the wheel made the choice to try to beat an oncoming train at a railroad intersection. This foolish feat did not bode well for Brian and company, as the driver would fail the objective and the vehicle would collide with the massive locomotive, the train smashing into the side of the pickup truck that they were in. The collision would be so violent that it ejected Brian and Ashley from the vehicle. They would be pinned underneath it. All in the vehicle died. Before Brian's name was even announced to the public, fellow content creators had caught wind of the death, and they would make comments on social media regarding his passing. Condolences would be all over Twitter, YouTube, and Facebook. Brian's Yotzlaga channel is still considered one of the largest Borderlands 2 channels on YouTube, even without him uploading for close to 10 years. He's renowned as a YouTube legend, and his channel will remain abandoned. On YouTube, there exists a channel by the name of Martin Het. It was created by an, at the time, British teenager of the same name back in '07. It used to be frequently updated by the creator, who posted various vlogs and re-upload clips of the British sitcom Coronation Street. However, this activity would cease on April 16, 2017, after the upload of what would be the channel's final video. After this upload, Martin Het's channel remains forsaken to this day, and the tragic circumstances surrounding its abandonment would make international news headlines. This is the tragic story of Martin Het. Martin Het was born on December 15, 1987 in Tameside, England, growing up happy with his mother and father. Martin had multiple siblings, including his older brother, Dan Het, who is notable for being an award-winning digital artist and game developer. Martin has been described by many in his life as a natural-born entertainer, a class clown of sorts in school, and a social butterfly in his everything else that's not school, pretty much. He was always down to meet new people and try to get a laugh out of them. His penchant for amusing others would eventually lead him down the path of YouTube content creation, with him uploading various skits and comedy bits, and also re-uploads of Coronation Street throughout the years. When Martin was still a teenager, on August 29, 2007, he would create the Martin Het YouTube channel. His first video would be a trailer of sorts that was a dramatization consisting of multiple vlogs showing elements of his personal and social life. The piece titled Martin's Life Season 1 Trailer. This video was uploaded on September 3rd of 2007, and the next 3 pieces of content that Martin uploaded were in the same vein. Mainly, they were just highlight videos of Martin and his friends goofing about on camera, as well as performing skits and comedy acts. His uploads would be infrequent at this point, as there didn't really seem to be a purpose for the channel. Martin just didn't take it too seriously. He was uploading whatever at the time. However, the content uploaded to Martin's channel would begin to shift in 2012, with the bulk of the uploads consisting entirely of clips from a British soap opera called Coronation Street, which you'll soon find is Martin's favorite TV show of all time. Coronation Street, often referred to by fans as Corey, is one of the longest running television shows in history. A huge fan of the show, it would be through uploading clips from this sitcom that Martin would find his first shock of YouTube attention, as a cult following of Coronation Street fans would discover his channel and treated it as a niche fan page of sorts for the show. On December 1st, 2012, Martin would upload his most popular video to his channel, which consisted of a collection of one of Corey's main characters, Audrey Roberts, making her signature questioning sigh over and over again.
It's a bit late worrying about that, huh? You love it, don't you, huh? So what you gonna do, A wake-up call for what precisely?
Basically, Martin forming a highlight reel / meme edit out of love for the character. This video would go on to accumulate over 700,000 views and would solidify Martin's channel into a Coronation Street hub of sorts for super fans of the show. Every piece of content subsequently uploaded by Martin that had anything to do with this soap opera would get a decent amount of views from fellow fans. We're talking thousands, if not hundreds of thousands. Martin had intentionally or not created a community of people with similar interests. And considering the waning popularity of the show, you know, it's 60 years old at this point,
I'm sure fans appreciated his channel as a place where they could talk freely and laugh with others about their love for this piece of media. Martin, in his own way, had done thousands of online strangers across the internet a favor by freebooting these clips. I call it chaotic good copyright infringement. Now, outside of the internet, Martin's life was going pretty well. In 2013, the man's IRL career was jump-started after he managed to find employment as a PR manager for the Manchester-based business agency Rumpus. Even with traditional employment, Martin still expressed himself creatively online and divulged more personal details about his personal life to fans. Martin would be open about the fact that he was gay, and he would from time to time share photos online showing him attending LGBTQ events. And aside from his fanaticism for Coronation Street, Martin also began openly showcasing his standhood for Mariah Carey on YouTube, posting many clips and videos regarding the woman, solidifying the singer as his second most loved obsession, if you will. He got even more popular IRL, with the guy getting on game shows at one point, and in April of 2015, Martin would actually get an opportunity to meet Mariah Carey, and he ended up getting one of his t-shirts signed by the woman. Yes, thanks to his YouTube channel's popularity with Coronation Street fans, Martin began to become somewhat famous IRL. As a result of him sparking the fan base, he was invited on several radio shows to discuss his peculiar affinity for Coronation Street, his love for the show getting so extreme that he actually got a tattoo of one of the characters' names on his body. That tattoo being in honor of Deidre Barlow, which was his favorite character, apparently. In a radio interview, Martin would discuss that he was such a big fan of the show that his entire house was basically a museum or shrine dedicated to the soap opera.
Now that you've secured all the weapons, gear, take the Cluckin back we should discuss your meeting.
And give people an idea of the dimensions of your tattoo.
The dimensions, right, so it's just over half of my lower leg.
So you're a fan of Coronation Street then?
I'm a Coronation Street super fan, yeah, it's my house at the Coronation Street Museum.
In hilarious fashion, Martin would actually later appear on television on an episode of Tattoo Fixers, and what they did was basically pimp out his Deidre tattoo to make it a full portrait of the woman. He was all in with Coronation Street. Yes, in both the online and real world, Martin was thriving. He was able to express himself freely, had something of a fan base, a solid career in media brewing up, and an ever-expanding network and social circle. The future was looking like it couldn't be brighter for the young man. But of course, this is a video all about abandoned channels with disturbing backstories. So, what happened? Martin's last YouTube video would be published to his channel on April 16th of 2017. It was a meme-style edit video in which Martin showed Liverpool singer Heidi Raines providing the siren sound for an emergency vehicle. Martin didn't have time to publish any more content for the rest of this month, as after all, he was preparing for an Ariana Grande concert that was to take place in Manchester in just a few weeks. Yes, that Ariana Grande concert.
Moments from the end, this. Look to the left of the screen, the flash of the explosion, and then the boom. Inside the arena, this is what it was like.
Oh my god. What's going on? What just happened? What's going on? Oh my god!
On Monday, May 22nd, 2017, prior to getting to the Grande show, Martin would attend a radio interview for BBC Radio 5 Live. He was invited to speak as a result of his online fame regarding Coronation Street and what he had done for the fandom. In many ways, this would serve as Martin's final address to the niche online fan base that he had fostered over the last decade. Sometime after 6 p.m., he would take a tram to Manchester with one of his friends. The men getting hyped for the show and listening to Ariana Ariana Grande's music on the way there. Martin would arrive at the show at 8:45 p.m. as Ariana Grande had already taken the stage. An estimated 14,200 fans were in attendance. Martin would meet his other friends at this concert, and they made their way to the front row where they watched and enjoyed the musical talent of one of the most notable pop singers in the world at the time. A bystander says, quote, "He was singing at the top of his voice, dancing without a care in the world. It was such a great time to be together." It's said that Martin had the time of his life at this show. He was dancing, there were people around him, he was just thrilled to be there in that moment. Now later in the night, as Ariana's set began to finish up, Martin would leave the arena stage around 10:28 p.m., winding up in the city room foyer where he laughed and joked with the arena security staff. One of the stewards reportedly witnessed Martin filming himself while enjoying this moment. It would later be said that the only reason that Martin was in the city room foyer is because he just happened to have striked up a conversation with somebody about Coronation Street of all things. Sadly, though, the city room was about to be attacked. At 10:31 p.m., a nail bomb weighing more than 66 pounds was detonated in the city room by Islamic terrorist Salman Abedi. Apparently, Mr. Het was only 4 meters away from the explosion. Unfortunately for Martin, his body suffered multiple injuries. One injury included shrapnel to the neck, which would lead to his death. Martin was one of 22 victims from that night, and Salman Abedi was also killed in the explosion. It was a bombing. The news of the explosion and the attack would take the media by storm, and as word was,
"Whatever you do, do it for less." At Harbor Freight.
Word was beginning to break out. Martin's mother and stepfather were the first relatives to arrive at the scene. Stuart Murray, Martin's stepdad, thought the worst. Quote, "I just thought, bloody hell, they must have hundreds of bodies laid out there on the football pitch. Are we going to have to walk around all these bodies to see if one of them is Martin?" At the same time, it was still early. I was thinking he's probably just gone AWOL. Martin, when he went out, traditionally went astray. He once phoned us saying, "I've fallen asleep on the train home to Stockport and woken up in Nottingham. What should I do?" He was always losing his phone. Sadly, this wasn't one of those cases. As the British authorities searched for the missing victims that attended the Ariana Grande concert, the police had to ask Martin's parents about any noticeable features on his body that could be used to identify him. And well, the feature they gave him was the Coronation Street tattoo. This would be used to help identify Martin. Martin's parents were beginning to give up hope as the search went on, and just as they were on their way back to the vehicle, that's when they were tapped on by police. A liaison officer would inform them that, unfortunately, Martin Het had passed away. He was killed in the explosion. Both the parents and the liaison officer broke down into tears during this instance. The rest of Martin's family, who were still at home waiting on the news of his whereabouts, were already being pestered by journalists as the news had leaked. They didn't even have official confirmation, and there were people trying to talk to them. Not the best situation. Well, after news broke around the world about the Manchester bombing and Martin Het's death, he would be celebrated by the media to the point where #BeMoreMartin was trending on social media, with people saying that we should all strive to be like Martin Het. His love for Coronation Street would be well known around the world, and support of Martin would be given by cast members of the show, both current and previous. Several even attended his funeral. In time, the media would move on from this tragedy, and the family continued to remember their son in their own ways. Martin's mother would complete a master's degree in counterterrorism. She would also spearhead Martin's Law. The law would put in effect simple and effective methods that allow high-capacity businesses and events to remain protected against terrorism without the threat of it being cost-inducing. And I really like how Martin's stepdad paid respect. Martin's stepfather would later go on the Tattoo Fixer's television show that Martin had been on previously, and the stepfather would receive his own Deidre Barlow tattoo, except it was actually a photo of Martin dressed up as Deidre. Martin Het's YouTube channel and Twitter account remain up to this day, and you can visit his channel to pay respects and get a glimpse of what this man was like in his life. An individual that made those around him smile, entertaining many, creating a niche online fan base. That is the story of Martin Het and his tragic passing. And well, you've made it to the end. Let me know.
Zaria Jocelyn Burgess was born December 23, 2003 to parents Joshua Lee Burgess and Akeisha Pope, who met as students at Weddington High School in Matthews, North Carolina. She was described as an ever-smiling, sweet, and happy girl. Zaria's parents were 15 and 16 years old when she was born, and like many high school romances, was short-lived. Although Zaria went on to live with her mother, her father remained very involved in her life. She often spent time on the weekends at Joshua's home in Monroe. The two were very close, with Joshua describing Zaria as his mini-me. He constantly bragged about how much he loved her, and how he wouldn't trade her for anything in the world. He was quoted as saying, "I love this little angel more than anything. Nothing beats quality time with my daughter," end quote.
In his now deleted Facebook page, Joshua essentially dedicated all of his posts to how much he loved his daughter, which makes what happened later on in our story even more bizarre and tragic. With this in mind, I think it's important to give a small shout out to creator Paris Milan, who covered Zaria's case in 2019. Without her, the screenshots of Joshua and Zaria at the county fair where they stayed up all night talking about getting fried dough, trips to the hairdresser, and everything in between would not exist today. In fact, many of the pictures of Zaria would have been completely lost to time. Now, even though Joshua appeared to be a loving father, he did have some prior run-ins with the law. He was arrested on September 12, 2005 for larceny over $200, for which he received probation. He was also arrested on April 6, 2006 for common law robbery, which in North Carolina is defined as using the threat of force or direct force to physically remove an item from the possession of the victim. He faced up to 1.5 years in prison for this offense, but also ended up receiving probation. Both offenses were felonies. As such, Joshua had a difficult time maintaining employment as a felon. However, he did manage to secure a job driving an 18-wheeler for Conway Trucking. In fact, Zaria would accompany him on trips from time to time.
In 2018, Zaria was 15 years old and was about to start her sophomore year at Monroe High School, where she was an active member of the school's marching band and dance team. Her band director, Alan Sturdivant, described her as full of energy. As she got older, she began to want to spend less and less time at her father's house, and even confided in friends that things weren't as picture perfect as they seemed. According to Zaria's friend's mother, her daughter stated that Zaria was scared of him because of his anger issues, and sometimes she didn't want to spend weekends with him because he was lashing out at her for no reason.
State that she thought Joshua was crazy because he couldn't keep a job. Her daughter thought he was probably on drugs as well, but when she asked Zaria, she never confirmed it. She went on to state that when Zaria was at summer camp years ago, she used to often cry out of nowhere. She also shared that when she used to go with her dad on work trips in his 18-wheeler, he used to tell Zaria things like, "I should drop you off on the side of the road and leave you. Is that what you want?" And Zaria would often cry in his truck.
Unfortunately, her mother Akeisha had commitments of her own and needed Zaria to go to her father's house on the weekends whether she wanted to or not. She just chalked it up to her being a teenager. Akeisha was heavily involved at her local church and was a member of their dance team, and they often had performances on the weekends. Akeisha considered the weekends to be her time for herself.
The weekend of August 17th, 2019 was one of those weekends where Zaria again didn't want to go to her father's house. But as mentioned, Akeisha had obligations with her church dance team. She texted her best friend and asked if she could spend the night at her house, but her family had a wedding rehearsal the following morning. So begrudgingly, Zaria set out to spend the weekend at her father's home, located in the 5100 block of Hampton Meadows Road in Monroe. However, this wasn't going to be the fun-filled weekend that Joshua liked to pretend went on in his Facebook posts.
The following day, Joshua wandered over to the Union County Sheriff's Office and hesitantly told the dispatcher that he wanted to turn himself in. As such, the dispatcher asked for his name so that she could look for possible warrants. But Joshua stopped her before she could continue. He told her that his name was not in the system and that he had just killed someone. Joshua gave the dispatcher details of the crime and where to find the victim's body. including her name. It was Zaria, his own daughter.
Police rushed to Hampton Meadows Road, and when they opened the door, the scene was straight out of a horror movie. Zaria was in the living room, facing the front door. It was clear that her body had been staged. She was completely nude, and her hands and feet were bound with handcuffs. It was pretty obvious to the officers that the 15-year-old girl had been tortured and essayed. She had been stabbed multiple times all over her body, and her throat had been slit ear to ear. An autopsy later showed that Zaria had been strangled before her throat had been cut. Zaria's cause of death was revealed by the medical examiner to be the result of a sharp force injury to the neck.
According to Union County Sheriff Tony Underwood, quote, "It's just evil. I mean, murder is murder, but to kill your own flesh and blood like this, there's just no way to explain it other than it's just an evil crime," end quote. Sheriff Eddie Cathy stated, quote, "Every officer and detective involved in this case is feeling the effects of what happened to this child. There is no logical answer to explain why this man did what he is accused of doing. Our hearts and prayers are with the victim's mom and her family," end quote. He later went on to call Joshua the essence of evil. Joshua Lee Burgess was charged with first-degree homicide, kidnapping, and charges related to the horrific torture and essay of his daughter, and was held at the Union County Jail without bail. The state of North Carolina intended to seek the death penalty. Despite confessing to his crimes, Joshua entered a plea of not guilty. At trial, his public defenders motioned for Joshua's taped confessions to be struck from the records and to be not played for the jury, which was ultimately denied. Instead, the jurors heard the harrowing tale of how he subjected 15-year-old Zaria to 22 hours of torture before killing her. Detectives said that while Joshua explained why he did what he did, his primary motives for the killing appeared to be lust and control.
On the topic of motive, we try to make it a point to make sure all of our...
Instead, the jurors heard the harrowing tale of how he subjected his public defenders. Joshua Lee Burgess was charged with first-degree... To kill your own flesh and blood like this, there's just no way to explain it other than it's just an evil crime, end quote. Sheriff Eddie Cathy stated, quote, "Every officer and detective involved in this case is feeling the effects of what happened to this child. There is no logical answer to explain why this man did what he is accused of doing. Our hearts and prayers are with the victim's mom and her family," end quote. He later went on to call Joshua the essence of evil. Joshua Lee Burgess was charged with first-degree homicide, kidnapping, and charges related to the horrific torture and essay of his daughter, and was held at the Union County Jail without bail. The state of North Carolina intended to seek the death penalty. Despite confessing to his crimes, Joshua entered a plea of not guilty. At trial, his public defenders motioned for Joshua's taped confessions to be struck from the records and to be not played for the jury, which was ultimately denied. Instead, the jurors heard the harrowing tale of how he subjected 15-year-old Zaria to 22 hours of torture before killing her. Detectives said that while Joshua explained why he did what he did, his primary motives for the killing appeared to be lust and control.
On the topic of motive, we try to make it a point to make sure all of our information is properly sourced. But there is some information out there that I think should probably be shared, as it's been mentioned on another channel. The creator in question claims to have spoken to someone in the courtroom the day that Joshua was explained all of the horrible things that he did to Zaria. They claim that he planned everything that he did that weekend, from taking her to breakfast, to the torture and essay, to turning himself into the police. They claim that he intended on making a scene at the station, which would in turn cause the police to shoot him, but he chickened out. They also claim that Joshua stated that he loved every minute of what he did to Zaria, and that it was the best 48 hours of his life. Allegedly, after choking his daughter, she woke up and bolted, almost making it to the front door before he caught her and slit her throat. So what was the motive? Allegedly, Joshua was in love with Zaria, and she was getting older. She was no longer a little girl in his mind, and he didn't want anyone else to have her. Now again, please keep in mind that this information is technically hearsay. There are no publicly available sources confirming this. And although this creator has no reason not to be truthful, we cannot be 100% certain that this is factual unless we see court transcripts, which at this point, they are not publicly available online.
On June 3rd, 2022, after a 3-week trial, Joshua was found guilty of 1 count of first-degree homicide and 5 counts related to the torture and essay of Zaria. After approximately 3 hours of deliberations, he was sentenced to death. He received an additional minimum of nearly 76 years in prison for what he did to poor Zaria before he killed her. Joshua will be executed by lethal injection according to state protocol, which must take place between 15 and 120 days after sentencing. But, as of the date of this recording, Joshua Burgess is 36 years old and still serving time at the Central Prison in Raleigh, North Carolina. The last person executed in the state of North Carolina was Samuel Flippin. He was put to death by lethal injection in August of 2006 for killing his 2-year-old stepdaughter.
The Union County District Attorney's Office said in a statement, quote, District Attorney Trey Robinson would like to thank the men and women of the jury who gave their time and effort in this very emotional case and helped bring closure to Zaria's family and friends. This was truly an especially heinous, atrocious, and cruel killing of an innocent child. This case was emotionally taxing for everyone involved. We continue to grieve with and pray for Zaria's mother, end quote. In the wake of Zaria's death, armchair detectives took to the internet to speculate on a possible motive as to why her father, who by all outward appearances loved his daughter very much, would kill her in such a horrible way. As we mentioned previously, detectives claimed that his primary motives for the killing appeared to be lust and control. However, the state of North Carolina remained extremely tight-lipped on this case, and the lack of information caused many to speculate what might have happened on social media.
These armchair detectives took to Facebook to scour Joshua's page and began to accuse him of being a white supremacist based on racially charged memes that he posted, one in particular featuring Barack and Michelle Obama. They also pointed out different pages that he liked, including that of Donald Trump, Fox News, and a now-defunct Left Hand Path occult organization that called themselves the Serpent's Flame. Due to this, they surmised that Zaria's death was some sort of ritualistic killing to be inducted into a white supremacist group or a satanic cult.
One of the more concerning posts that Joshua made was on February 8th, 2016. In it, he is holding a K-bar knife with a long blade. In the background, you can see an assortment of other folding-style knives. The caption read, quote, I just really like cutting people. Oops, I meant things. I like cutting things. Winky emoji, end quote.
Something that I find extremely tragic and concerning is the fact that many people took to social media to attack Akeisha Pope, claiming that she was responsible for her daughter's death. Many people took it as far as to say that she was at fault due to her interracial relationship with Joshua in high school, essentially referring to a grieving mother as a race traitor and calling her slurs that we cannot repeat here purely for having a relationship with a white man when she was a minor. Now, while researching this case, we rarely see this type of shaming towards the family of victims. It's absolutely disgusting and completely unwarranted in this situation.
Zaria's funeral service was held on August 25th, 2019 at the Christ Bible Discipleship Worship Center in Marshville, North Carolina. The Monroe High School Red Storm dedicated their performance at the 2019 Dillon, South Carolina Battle of the Bands to Zaria.
Could you please stand with us as we honor our fallen red diamond? Her name was Zaria Burgess, and this is for her. We love you, Zaria. All right. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Zaria Burgess, we love you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you, Dillon, South Carolina.
Hey y'all, my name's Amanda, and I'm here to kind of just talk about what happened to me and hopefully help to avoid this happening to anyone else out there. You know, I started out a friendship with one of my friends, my abuser, and we would hang out all the time, go to parties together, and I never got any sort of weird feeling or ever felt, you know, rushed to do anything. So I felt comfortable, honestly. I felt like this is somebody I could get drunk around and not have to worry about anything. Just to kind of explain and really show that just anyone around you could be, you know, your abuser. You know, it's just like any other day I'm at work and he texts me and says, hey, there's this party going on, do you want to go? And I said, you know what, I'm super down for a party, you know, school, this was during college. I was like, I need a break, I need to go have a drink. You know, I got home, I got ready, I told my roommate, I'm like, hey, I'm gonna go out, I'll be back. And my roommate was like, yeah, you know, have fun. I left, I met up with him, and you know, everything's normal. We're at this party. He introduces me to two other people at this party that I had not met before. And one of them was like a family member. The other one was just like a family friend, but they were visiting. Neither of them were from, you know, our town. So yeah, actually I had just turned 21 around that time, and I had just moved out as well. I had started a new college, I had a new set of friends, a new place to live. Everything was just so new and exciting, and it's very hard to kind of find your little niche, your little circle of friends. So when I found, you know, this group of people that my abuser, you know, happened to just be a part of, I thought like, you know, hey, these are my people. It's funny because the same group of people is who I thought I could count on after all this happened, and they actually ended up being the people that didn't believe me and actually sided with our other friend. That group of friends from college were at that party, because anytime we would all go to parties together, it's always like the same 5 or 6 group of people, 3 or 4 guys versus like 3 girls, so me and like 2 other girls. So again, I felt safe. There was a good, you know, mixture of people there, and the party was very chill. It was kind of like a house party. We just showed up, everyone kind of like BYOB, so bring your own. And from what I remember, I wasn't drinking that much. The last thing I remember is taking a sip out of somebody's styrofoam cup, and I don't know what was in there, but that's all I can remember. Don't remember exactly who handed me the cup, but it was definitely one of the people that was with us that said, hey, try this. And obviously I knew they had put some sort of alcohol in it. I just wasn't sure what it was, but I don't remember it being like a foul, oh my gosh, this is so strong type of drink. I remember thinking, oh, okay, this isn't bad, like this is kind of sweet. So I'm till this day I have no idea what was in that cup. I just remember that's literally the last thing I remember putting to my lips, and that is it. So after taking a sip of that beverage, all I remember is just waking up, and the first thing I realized was I wasn't wearing any pants. So that was the first gut feeling, because I had a shirt on, but I didn't have my bra on anymore, and I remember thinking that was very weird. And then I didn't have anything, but I had my socks on, and I started to like get up from the bed, and I started to kind of try to find my clothes. That's the first thing I needed to cover up. So I was trying to look for my pants, trying to look for my shoes. And that evening I had worn these type of combat boots that were very popular at the time. And they had like a big zipper on the side. And I knew you don't have to undo the laces to take these boots off. You just have to unzip it from the side. So those little small details I started to realize, and that's how I knew it wasn't me that had taken off these items, because I would have never undone the laces. I had never touched those laces. You just unzip it from the side. I would have not left my socks on. I would have taken my top. It's just, you know, I just knew something was wrong. I was able to find my pants, but I was never able to find my underwear, so that was somewhere lost in the chaos. As soon as I was able to kind of find some clothes and try to cover up, at that point I started to realize, okay, now I gotta get out of here. But I couldn't find my phone, so couldn't find my keys. So I'm like, okay, panic mode. How do I get out of here? How am I gonna get out of here? Where am I? Type of situation. So I started to look around the room, can't find my keys or my phone. At that point, I don't know what to do, so I had to tap on my abuser's shoulder, who happens to be sleeping next to me in the bed. So I tap on his shoulder, and I'm like, where are my keys? Where's my phone? And that's when he proceeds to tell me that I left my belongings in somebody's car. Somebody had dropped us off at this apartment, and I might have left my stuff in the car. So I used his phone to call his friend so that I can try to get my stuff back, because the first thing I thought of, to get home I need my car. I can't call anyone, I can't do anything, so that's what I do. And then as soon as I finished that phone call, his friend said to give him like 10-15 minutes. So as soon as that happened, I hid in the restroom. And I remember I was sitting in the restroom and I went to go pee and it hurt. And I immediately started to realize something is wrong. Every single inch of my body is telling me that something is wrong. So obviously something is happening, even though I don't remember exactly what is wrong or what is happening. 911, like something is really wrong here. So I'm waiting in the bathroom. I don't want to go back into the room. I don't want to talk to these people. I don't want to see them. So that's another kind of layer that I know something is wrong, because my body I just want to run and hide for some reason. So I was just waiting in the bathroom, and then I finally come out of the bathroom because I hear his friend is downstairs, and I go kind of take a peek in the room and just take a last little glance at the scene, because I was just still so confused as to what was happening. And of course my abuser was laying down in a bed where I had just woken up from, and there was 2 people on the floor, kind of like in a little makeshift cot or something of some sort. And I could tell because they had like a very thin sheet over them, some of them weren't fully clothed, so obviously I could tell something happened here. Like, why would there be 3 guys in one room with a girl? Obviously something is wrong. I get in the car, and as soon as I get in the car, I'm kind of taking a look around at my surroundings, trying to figure out where the hell I am, because I still don't know where I'm at. And that's when I realize I'm at my abuser's grandmother's apartment. So my abuser at the time lived with his grandmother, and I had been at that apartment before, maybe once. I think I've met her very briefly once, so that's the only reason I even had an idea where I was. But I knew that I was further away from home than I was. Party was way closer to my house. So again, my brain is just kind of taking all this into account and thinking, okay, something's wrong, and all these things are wrong. As soon as I sit in the car, I grab my phone and my keys that were just sitting in the back seat, and I tell my abuser's friend who's driving this car, I think something really bad happened last night. And he's like, oh, like, what do you think happened? Trying to like brush it off. And I'm like, no, like something really, really bad happened. And that the whole rest of the way I just couldn't talk, and I was just kind of frozen in fear, because you always hear about people accusing other people of, sexual assault and rape and so on and so forth. And I wanted to be very cautious with my words, because I didn't 100% for a fact know what had happened. So I was trying to give myself the benefit of the doubt, because, why would my friend do that to me? Why would that happen to me? Like, I'm better than this. I would have thought that I would have never put myself in this position. So I kind of didn't want to believe it at first. But, car ride went on. He drops me off. I'm still trying to process everything and thinking in the corner of my head, like, please don't let this be true. Like, there's no way I could have let this happen to me. So I walk into my house, which I had a few roommates at the time. And my roommate Felicia, who I had seen the night before and I had said bye to before I left to the party, she was sitting on the couch watching TV in the morning. So as soon as I walk in, I said, hey, and she's like, hey, how's the party? And as soon as that happened, I just started crying. And she's like, what's wrong? Come here. And I'm like, something really bad happened. Like, I don't know what, but I know something really bad happened. So then I immediately start crying, and we start trying to talk, and I start trying to remember. And that's when small glimpses start to come back. And that's when I start to feel just more embarrassed and ashamed than anything, because I felt like somebody had seen every, all of me, like naked in my most vulnerable position. I don't know how to explain it. It's just kind of embarrassing. It's not hot or sexy to think about yourself just laying there unconscious, so I couldn't wrap my head around it, and I just felt so vulnerable, like somebody had taken something away from me that I didn't give them permission to take. And not only that, but I'm very, very private with my body. I don't really change in front of girls. I don't change in front of my mom. So there's a really, really big deal to kind of just get over that. So it took me a while to accept it. And after I talked with my roommate, I didn't know what to do. I wanted to kind of be alone to try to process all this. And I did everything that you're not supposed to do. I went and I took a shower because I felt disgusting. I felt like their spit was on me, because I don't know. I just assumed they tried to touch me. I assumed things happened, so I wanted to shower as soon as I could and just scrub that layer off of me. So I took a shower. I put my clothes to wash, which I probably shouldn't have done that. Those are the 2 things that you're not supposed to do, which I now know. And then I remember calling one of my friends and saying, hey, what are you doing today? I needed to get out of the house. I can't be here because I'm just very upset. So I went to go hang out with some friends. I went to like a pool party, and we were hanging out by the pool. And I remember just kind of sitting in the back by myself, kind of by the hot tub, just dipping my feet in while everyone was in the pool just having a good time. And my friend that I had originally called realized that something was happening. So he went to sit by me, and he was like, hey, like, what's going on? And I said, I think something really bad happened last night, but I don't know what to do because I don't know what happened, but I'm hurting down there. So obviously something happened. So at that time, my friend, who is a male, he had told me, he's like, I would call the police. Like, you need to do what's right and, you know, call the police. But if you don't want to call the police, like, we can go send some guys to beat his ass. And I'm like, no. Like, I need to do the right thing and just, like, get the police involved, because doing the wrong thing never leads to anything right. Two wrongs don't make it right. So right after that little pool party, I went back home and I decided to text my abuser to try to see if I could even get anything, an excuse or anything, because I still couldn't wrap my head that my friend would do this to me. So I tried to give him the benefit of the doubt. I tried to give him a chance to just explain anything. And when I texted him, he was just like, oh, we got drunk. Like, he just tried to brush it off and like kind of ghosted me. So I was like, wow. Okay, this is obviously bad, since, you know, before all this happening, you wanted to keep texting me and you wanted me around, and after this happening, you just kind of want to brush it off to the side and don't want to talk about it further. Obviously, you know what happened was wrong. So at that point, that's when I called the police. They offered to come out to my house and, you know, take my full statement and also drive me to the hospital to go get a rape kit done. So I don't really feel like I had much of a choice in terms of the rape kit. It was something that they kind of just took me there, didn't really prepare me or told me what it was. So right after that, I went straight to the hospital and they did a rape kit. It's extremely invasive. I was very, very scared because they just kind of take you into this room and they tell you to undress. They want you to get on all fours, so it's kind of like a pap smear, but all over. So it's very invasive, and they take pictures of everything, and that is also very invasive. Not only is somebody looking, they're taking pictures, and this is going to be on a file somewhere, and multiple people are going to look at this. So obviously going into this, I knew, okay, this is serious, but I have to do this if I want the right thing to happen, because I couldn't just let somebody get away with this. I wouldn't want this to happen to anyone else. So we went through the rape kit, and the whole time I was kind of just crying, because again, very invasive. But the nurse kept, you know, assuring me that, hey, I'm seeing, you know, there's chafing and there's ripped skin, so I have more than enough evidence to show that this wasn't like a consensual type of thing. So, you know, rest assured, like, you're doing the right thing, everything's gonna be okay. And honestly, that's the only thing that was keeping me, you know, able to go through everything, just knowing that I was doing the right thing and it was for a cause. Because if I would have known that nothing would have happened, I don't know what I would have done. But during the rape kit, it showed what I had already known. I hadn't had anal sex before, and I knew days after this I was hurting really bad, and I wasn't able to use the restroom because of how much pain. So I knew it obviously wasn't consensual. And they just, you know, reassured me about all those things. So it kind of made me feel better for somebody else to also realize and understand what was happening, and they could actually see it. There was bruising on my arms from them holding me down, amongst other things. So all that was documented, and it was filed away somewhere in that hospital. After the rape kit, they give you like a shot and also like a few pills. One of them is to try to prevent any sort of sexually transmitted diseases, and the other one is to stop any possible pregnancies, since I'm not sure if they use protection or not. So all of that also kind of wreaks havoc on your body, and of course they give you medication for nausea for the next few days in case you do have to go through an abortion. But everything was fine with me, thankfully. But you know, after all that, they just tell you, okay, you're free to go. So I called one of my best friends to come pick me up. So they picked me up, took me back home, and after that I just didn't want to be alone. So I just had friends kind of take turns and stay with me and just lay in bed while I just stayed there, because I didn't want to leave. I didn't know who to trust. That hasn't really stopped. I still kind of feel like that till this day. But yeah, you know, I continued everything after the rape kit. I got a phone call maybe a few days after from my abuser, because I'm sure the police had reached out to him to ask him questions. So then that's the first time he reached back out to me, basically saying like, well, what did you tell them? And then I didn't reply back because I was told by the police officers not to talk to them or engage in any sort of conversation. After I filed that police report, the detective that was assigned to my case was able to find those other 2 guys that were involved on Facebook through my abuser's like friend list. So I was able to point them out very quickly. So they have all their information, but according to the police, this gentleman that was investigating my case, they claim because other people saw me and my abuser kiss at the party, they claim that everything was consensual after that. Even though I've stated multiple times I had no idea who these other people were, they claim because of what they saw and because of what I was wearing. Surprisingly, that was brought up, what I was wearing, even though it was skinny jeans and like a going out top and combat boots. I was asked what I was wearing and why I was being promiscuous. Even though I don't think me drinking or me blacking out had anything to do with anything, I was basically told that it was my fault that this had happened and to basically not let it happen again. And the police told me, you know, we're not going to really be pressing any charges or moving forward with anything. So I was kind of just left with nothing. I was kind of just, you know, hey, thanks for giving us that information. We're not going to do anything with it. So it has been very hard to kind of deal with that. Especially nowadays. I have since moved from my hometown, but it was horrible. There's been times in the future where I've actually ran into my abuser because I'll get a new job and I'll show up to work and holy behold, guess who's there? My abuser, because he just happens to work there too. So I've had to change jobs. I've had to just completely move to try to avoid running into him because I can't even explain the overwhelming feeling. I'm talking about years later, if I run into this person, I can't talk, I can't breathe, I just start freaking out and I just go hide. I go hide in a closet. That's what happened last time. I would just go cry and I would just say I can't work with this person. And it's funny because people don't understand. My last manager looked at me like I was crazy and I'm like, you don't understand what it feels like to be around this person and know that everyone around this person thinks that they are a good person, but they're not. Soon after all of this had happened, not only was I sexually assaulted by my friends and strangers that I didn't know, but I was then let down by the police department. So I felt just extremely alone. I couldn't trust anyone around me, not even the police department, not even the people that, you know, pledged to do their job and protect other people. So I was left in a very, very weird position in my life. I just kind of focused on school and working, and I stopped hanging out with people. I stopped going out. I just started working out and focusing on myself just because I was afraid of people. I don't like to go out and drink because I assume somebody's just waiting and just lurking to take advantage of me, and that's not a good feeling because how am I supposed to date? How am I supposed to meet my future husband if I don't trust anybody? If I just assume that everyone only cares about my body and they're just trying to, you know, sexually assault me or, you know, get whatever they want, whichever way. That's just how I saw the world. So I was very, very scared, sheltered for a long time. In order to like be able to heal, I guess I just had to start by, I guess, telling people my story because I felt so ashamed about the whole situation. I was like, okay, what's the first step that I need to fix, you know, so that I can completely heal and move on from this situation, even though I don't think I'll ever be able to move on. But, you know, first step is fixing myself and having to accept what happened. So this happened, yes. It was a lapse of judgment on my end, but at the same time, I could have blacked out at my house. That doesn't mean that I'm automatically going to be sexually assaulted. So I need to, you know, it's both parties are here at fault. There was a little bit of learning on my end, but at the same time, this should have just never happened, right? To anyone that has gone through any sort of, you know, abuse, sexual abuse, whatever it may be, you need to accept that this did happen. It's not your fault. This happens to everyone. Young, old, smart. This happens to every person, male, female. And it happens way too many times. The only way to stop the cycle or stop this from happening to people or stop people being taken advantage of is talking about it. Because we don't talk about it, you don't think that these things happen, you know? We talk about all sorts of things. We talk about when we get broken up with. We talk about when we get a new car, but we don't talk about these really important things that we do need to talk about so that it doesn't happen to other people. So the first step is just accepting what has happened and also accepting that you need help. You need to talk to somebody else, not only to kind of just unburden yourself, but just get some of that weight off. Give it to somebody else. You know, I never thought that talking to a therapist was going to help, but it did. And like I mentioned earlier, sometimes it might take a few therapists to talk to. Maybe that first therapist just you aren't clicking. Maybe you just need to find somebody else, but sometimes that's what it takes. And because you're talking to a therapist, it doesn't mean you're crazy or anything is wrong with you. You just need kind of like a mirror, kind of like a different introspective of what's happening. And you just need somebody to kind of bounce that off and just kind of hear and see like what's happening. Something that's not so biased. Because I know a lot of people are like, oh, I talk to my friends and I talk to my family. Sometimes you need somebody who is just completely unbiased to talk to. And sometimes that therapist might have different coping mechanisms that you just don't know about or you've never heard about. And that's the most crucial step. And not only that, but just staying busy and figuring out what brings you joy in life, whether that's going on a hike or hanging out with your friends, trying different restaurants. Keep enjoying those things that you love, because if you just sit there and kind of just keep thinking about all those negative things, it's not going to help you in the healing process whatsoever. And I know it's hard because that's kind of what you want to do. You want to sit there and you want to be upset because the world is unfair, but you have to pick yourself back up to show that you're greater than this and that you can go on. And that no matter what happens, you are you and nobody can take that away from you.
The movie begins with a young teenage boy, Roger, coming home from school for the holidays. Roger is on a carriage and is accompanied by a woman who works on the farms that provide food for the mansion. He is spending his holiday at his father's villa, but there are other guests sharing the house with him. Roger continuously looks at the woman, whose garments do little to conceal her breasts. This makes Roger so excited since puberty has hit, and like any other 16-year-old, he is quite determined to explore his desire. The woman, Lapel, notices how Roger looks at her, but she ignores it, blaming it on hormones. When the carriage reaches the mansion, Roger is received by many women who are part of his extended family. He meets his mother, who wonders why Roger's pants are wet. Roger is highly embarrassed since he had gotten a little carried away earlier, but his Aunt Margaret comes to his rescue. She chides her sister, saying that teenage boys are like that. Roger is happy to see his family, especially his small sister Bert. The two were close in age and have always enjoyed each other's company, since most of their interests are so similar. Roger settles in the house, peacefully happy to be away from school. At night, Bert sneaks into his room and the two siblings gossip. The next day, Bert takes Roger to the nearby woods so that they can explore as they used to. Bert spots a butterfly and she is in the process of trying to catch it. When Roger is startled by Lapel, Lapel explains that she was fetching some vegetables and fruits for the house. However, Roger is very distracted as his attention is focused elsewhere. After Lapel leaves, Roger goes looking for his sister. In the process, he trips and falls. Roger goes to get up, but he hears some moaning noises coming from the bushes. Further investigations reveal Ursula, a busty maid from the mansion, getting busy with a man right there in the bushes. She locks eyes with Roger's, and the poor boy runs away terrified. Certainly not a great sight for a virgin boy. However, this is just the start, since Roger soon realizes that everybody in the house is doing something to sap their needs. He witnesses another younger maid, Helena, delivering tea to someone. Before she can make it out of the door, that person grabs her and takes her from behind. Helena fights a little, but she allows it. Roger watches as the two adults indulge their fantasies before Helena tidies up and leaves. Later that night, Bert sneaks in again and reveals that the only person in the house that is a virgin is their Aunt Margaret. Apparently she is so scared of the thought of intimacy that she is repulsed by men and hence unmarried. The next day, Bert reveals her naughty side after she takes Roger to the riverbanks. She reveals that all the maids of the house come to bathe at the river, and she has a spot where she spy on them. The two climb a tree and stay hidden, just as some maids approach the river. The maids undress and begin bathing while talking about their various escapades. Soon, several men come to the river as well. They notice the maids across, and the men urinate in the river, showing off their impressive tools to the women. A while later, Roger's father comes home accompanied by Roger's elder sister called Elisa. Elisa is very beautiful, but she is timid and quiet. She greets everyone in the mansion with a hug, but only gives Roger a peck on the forehead. Roger is disappointed because he wanted the hug too. Meanwhile, Bert cooks something up. She drags Roger Margaret's room, and the two enter the ceiling through a vent. They approach the confessional box, where Margaret usually confesses her sins to the priest. Margaret reveals that while she has always feared men, she has found herself being attracted to Roger ever since he came home. She has fantasies about him and even dreams of being intimate with him. Roger is overjoyed to find that his aunt has fantasies about him. Unfortunately, his joy is short-lived when the ceiling crumbles, causing Roger to fall directly in front of the priest. The priest and Margaret report Roger to his mother, who wonders what the ideal punishment for the nosy boy would be. The priest suggests that Roger is whipped for his bad behavior, and Margaret agrees to do it. She whips Roger on the back for a while, leaving him terribly sore. In his room, Roger is lying on his stomach when Bert comes in. She laughs at his ordeal, so Roger sends her away. A while later, Roger hears the rhythmic thudding of a cup. He investigates and finds that Helena is receiving some action from the same mystery man that she was earlier. Roger desperately wants to know who the man is, so when Ursula comes along to nurse his wounds, Roger asks her. Ursula laughs and says that everyone knows who the man is, but they will not tell him as it is a secret, okay? Roger decides to ask his uncle Frank about it. He finds him with his hands in his pants while staring at something on the telescope. When Frank hears Roger approaching, he quickly stops his activities and leaves the room. Roger approaches the telescope and notices that Frank was looking at a couple dancing naked in the yard. Frank had also left behind a book that Roger quickly takes. He sees that it is a very dirty adult book. Roger is intrigued and he begins reading it. He is still skeptical of being found out, so he does it secretly. One day Roger is reading the book in the barn. When a male worker approaches, Roger hides so he is not found out. Helena comes in and starts feeding the horses through the window. The male worker closes a hatch, which causes Helen to be trapped, and the male worker takes advantage of her. Roger wants to help, but Helena stops him since she likes what the man is doing. Roger goes to Elisa's room and replaces her regular book with the adult one. He spies on her reading the adult book, feeling delighted at giving her a taste of pleasure. That night, Roger realizes that everyone in the house is indulging in carnal activities except for him. He decides to change that and heads to the kitchen. Remembering Helena, he grabs Ursula, intending to take advantage, but the older woman smashes a plate on his head. However, she apologizes and feels sorry for Roger, so she decides to get intimate with him. Unfortunately, the two are interrupted before they can do anything, and Roger runs away scared. Roger approaches Lapel, who agrees to have intimate with him, but once again, the two are interrupted by the postman, who announces that all men will have to join the army since World War I has begun. The next few days are sad for Roger, since everyone spends time with their partner while Roger can just watch. Soon, a party is held to send off the men, and Roger is left at the mansion with Frank, who claims to have asthma. Bert takes Roger to eavesdrop on their mother's confession. She is worried about being intimate with her husband as he makes her do many positions, and she feels that they are sins. The priest assures her that she can do whatever she pleases with her husband. Later, Roger is swimming when he notices a maid reading a book by the river. He approaches her and scores. Following his two successful encounters, Roger is confident enough to approach Margaret and offer to show her that there is nothing to fear in men. Within a few weeks, Roger is being intimate with everyone in the mansion. The maids, his aunt, and even his sister Elisa. Soon, every woman in the mansion except his mother lines up to get serviced. The young man enjoys himself too much that he even lets 3 women in at a time. All great things come to an end, and soon the men return home war. Roger is relieved that his manly duties are done, but his relief is cut short. When the consequences of unprotected relationship are revealed, Ursel, Margaret and Elisa are pregnant. Roger knows that if his mother finds out what he did, then he is a dead man, so he comes up with a quick plan. He tells Margaret to get intimate with Frank so that he can assume responsibility for the child. He also paints Eliza's sheets with red nail polish, so that when she gets intimate with her fiancé, he will believe that she is a virgin. The last person on his list, Ursel, is engaged to a village man. The three women get married and Roger's troubles are over. Or are they? Helena also reveals that she is pregnant. Roger decides that he should get Helena a husband. However, Helena reveals that she has been intimate with almost every man at the mansion, and all that she has to do is pin the child on whichever man she likes. And the movie ends here. So I hope you enjoy the video. So click any video of two of them and enjoy next. And don't forget to like this video and share to your closest one, and don't forget to subscribe our channel.
8 facts you never knew about slave breeding. The history of the transatlantic slave trade is common knowledge today. It is the part of the global slave trade that took millions of Africans to the Americas to keep them chained up, beaten down, and used. But did you know about the gruesome conditions after the slave trade ended in 1808 in the Americas? Did slave owners suddenly see the light and realize that slavery was a barbaric act? Or did they turn to something even more sinister? Here are 8 disturbing facts you didn't know about slave breeding. Slave breeding began almost immediately. Slavery was a cancer that was growing widely, and it took many forms. The trading of slaves was seen as the norm among slave owners. Imagine their shock when the transatlantic trade was banned. What do you think happened? Well, here's a hint. The slave owners decided to make more slaves. After all, if you can't trade them, you might as well make them, right? Slave breeding began almost immediately, a practice where slaves were forced to mate and reproduce to make more slaves for the slave owners. Slave women were forced to mate with enslaved men or their owners to make more potential slave babies that would then be turned into slaves and eventually breeders. The history of this practice is appalling, dehumanizing, and painful to hear about, but it must be known. Women were treated as objects. Even more than men, women were treated as baby machines, objects that could bring their owners more slaves. A woman was no longer seen as a person, but as a commodity whose value depended on how hard she could toil on the farm for her slave master, how many babies she could produce, and her physical appeal. The dehumanization of women was not restricted to slave owners alone. Even their fellow slaves who were men did not view them as much. One would think that people who are going through the same torture would understand the pain. This wasn't so, as women were raped and physically abused by both their owners and their fellow slave men. Women were forced into non-consensual breeding activities. How do you think the act of slave breeding and breed farms was perpetuated? Did the slave owners have a heart-to-heart with the women, explaining why they would need them to produce babies to be sold off? Of course not. That would mean that the slave owners considered their slaves as human beings who had rights, and this was not the case. Women were forced into brutal, non-consensual breeding activities with their owners and with other slaves, sometimes by many men at once. While being raped, these women were beaten and brutalized, and it hardly ever happened once. Over and over, slave women were dehumanized, robbed of their human rights, and forced to reproduce. Once they conceived, doctors were brought in to ensure that these women delivered safely. This had nothing to do with the well-being of the woman, but rather a way of ensuring the slave owner's profit. Many painful and unsafe medical experiments were performed on black women as a result, and there were no consequences. Good breeder were treated better. Consequently, a slave woman's worth was measured by how fertile she was. Within the United States, there were advertisements for auctions where slaves were put up for sale, and on such ads, there were degrading words like good breeders. This was how a slave woman's worth was measured. Those who were considered good breeders were given relatively preferential treatment. This didn't change the fact that they were still tortured, beaten, raped, and disrespected. It was simply a little less horrible than those who were considered bad breeders. Imagine what life must have been like for any slave woman who had the misfortune of being barren. It goes without saying that the brutality would have been much worse. That's if even such women were allowed to live at all. Enslaved women were malnourished and unhealthy, yet were forced to reproduce. Before we move on to the next one, please subscribe to our channel so we can build a black history medium to spread awareness about injustices. Offsprings were sold off as soon as they were weaned. So what happened to the children of good breeders? These children, born into such terrible conditions, had it worse. They were born on dirty farms to malnourished mothers who couldn't afford them the proper nutrition with their breast milk. And that wasn't even the worst part. As soon as these kids were weaned from their mothers, they were sold off. Separated from their families at such young ages, these children had no roots and no family. Their only identity was as slaves. The pain that these children and their mothers had to go through can never be quantified with words. The horrors that these awful practices wreaked on people's lives cannot be described. Once the children were old enough, they too were forced to reproduce, and the vicious cycle thus continued. Enslaved men who could impregnate the most women were rewarded. Women may have had it much worse, but enslaved men didn't have it much better. To further perpetuate the dehumanization of black people, the slave owners got even more clever and degrading. They decided to reward men who could impregnate the most women. This horrifying act had an awful impact on both parties. It created a toxic environment for men in which they fought to impregnate more women, all in return for some measly rewards that they could manage to scrap, likely the promise of less torture or a little more food. But the women would bear the worst of it. Slave women were further reduced to objects to making love with in hopes of impregnating them and getting a reward. Men fought and women cried as these practices made life even much worse than it already was. Enslaved women lived in eternal fear of men, rape, and brutality. Slave breeding was seen as lucrative business. Slave breeding was seen as a lucrative business. Those who had large slave farms and carried out auctions, selling people like commodities, were raking in money from their demonic acts. The more healthy and useful slaves they sold, the more money they made. The worst part of it is that the slave owners did not even realize that what they were doing was wrong. In fact, despite the barbarism of the act, several people defended it publicly. One such ridiculous defense of slave breeding came from Hinton Rowan, who in his book, The Impending Crisis of the South, defended slavery and slave breeding, saying that it was necessary for the growth of the economy and should be considered a profitable business. Even the President of the United States, Thomas Jefferson, repeatedly impregnated a slave, Sally Hemings, and we all know that action speaks louder than words. Slave breeding didn't end with its abolition in 1865. In 1865, on the 18th of December, slavery was abolished. This was under the 13th Amendment, which was finally adopted in the United States Constitution and immediately freed more than 100,000 slaves. However, slavery is a cancer, and its growth was not going to stop abruptly. Several slaves who had no means of livelihood outside of the plantations that they worked on were forced to keep working there. Despite the awful conditions, they must have considered that it was better than nothing, and it was all that they had known for years. And since they weren't even educated, there wasn't much to consider. So on paper, these people were no longer slaves, but their previous owners still treated many of them as such. Women who had to keep working on these farms were still raped, beaten, and maltreated. Men were still subjected to dehumanizing acts. Evidence suggests that slave breeding continued into the early 20th century in the southern parts of the United States. A well-known case of post-abolition slavery was in Natchez, Mississippi, where young women, valued based on their appearance, beauty, and the lightness of their skin, were sold to white masters for non-consensual breeding activities in a practice called fancy trade. Slavery is no doubt a barbaric practice that should never have existed, but it did, and it should never be forgotten. We will remember these people and what they went through.
Today's case is one that we have covered before, but as the case has unfolded over the past couple of years, more has come out. Now, I thought it would be important to do a full video explaining everything and including the conclusion of the case. It is truly one of the worst cases I have ever covered. It is absolutely sickening, angering, and really eye-opening, especially if you are a parent. Please listen with caution, as this includes some very heavy details. So today we are going to fully go over the case of 47-year-old Denny and 38-year-old Cynthia Perkins. Hey guys, I'm Annie Elise. This is 10 to Life. Let's dive right in. Hey guys, I am feeling very refreshed. I've got no makeup on. I've just woken up. I am like ready to go and I am feeling so good. And you've probably heard me talk about it before, but I'm going to tell you why I slept so well, because it is not a secret that I want to sleep on. I like share the wealth. I don't hoard secrets, and I drink Beam sleep tea. Now, I have been drinking this tea for probably 7 or 8 months now, religiously, because I've always had a hard time sleeping as long as I can possibly remember. I've tried melatonin, valerian root, I've even taken Ambien at a point in my life, and everything I ever drank or took always made me feel like groggy the next morning, kind of in a fog. Some of it never even helped me fall asleep. Ambien gave me like wild, crazy dreams. Like, it was insane. So my husband is the one who actually told me about Beam Dream Tea. So I started drinking it several months back, like I said, and it was a complete game changer. It's super low calorie, has no sugar, tastes like hot chocolate, so good. It has a bunch of different flavors, including cinnamon cocoa, sea salt caramel, chocolate peanut butter, white chocolate peppermint, chocolate raspberry, and now even mint chip. It's vegan, non-GMO, gluten-free, there's no sugar, and it's 15 calories. Now, I've shown you before too, I wear an Oura ring that tracks my sleep, and I've shown you my sleep score when I don't drink Beam versus my sleep score when I do drink Beam. It is night and day. It's visible. You can see the proof right there. And it has been clinically shown to give 93% of people a better, more restful sleep. As far as ingredients in this magic tea, they've got melatonin, they've got L-theanine, magnesium, reishi, I probably am saying that wrong, nano hemp. I mean, it is literally the magic tea. That's what it should be called. Not Beam Dream Tea. It should be called magic tea. So I drink it almost every single night, and it has been a full game changer, like I said. So when they reached out and asked me if I was interested in a partnership, it was a no-brainer. I was like, yeah, I already use your stuff and spend all this money on your stuff as it is. Like, let's for sure do a partnership. And they originally were giving you guys like 30 or 35% off. They've now upped the ante. They're giving all of you guys 40% off your first order, plus 20% off all of your future orders. And if you do a subscription model, which you don't have to, but if you do, they also send you a free frother. And if you do subscribe, you can cancel it, pause it, make changes to it at any time, and there is no hidden fees, no hidden agenda. It is so easy. But guys, I'm telling you, it's going to change your life if you have a hard time sleeping like I do. It is the best. I don't wake up foggy, groggy. I get a good night's sleep. I drink it about 30 minutes before I actually want to be asleep. It is the best. The best flavors, the best everything. My favorite flavor, I've said before, is sea salt caramel, because again, it just tastes like hot chocolate. It is so good. Go try it, guys. I'm going to link it in the description. You get 40% off. So far, I've done the math. Over 50 of you have DM'd me or emailed me telling me that you signed up and tried it and how much you love it. So that right there, plus my Oura sleep scores, shows you guys all of the testimonial you need. It will help you if you have trouble sleeping. So go try it and test it for yourself. Cynthia Perkins was born to Gregory and Angela Thompson on April 13th, 1985. She grew up with 2 siblings, a sister named Patricia and a brother named Paul. And from what I was able to find, she seemed to have a pretty normal childhood. Cynthia grew up and eventually got married to a man named James Jones, and the 2 of them shared 3 children together, named Alyssa, Carter, and Evan. Their family lived in Louisiana, and in 2012, she started teaching at Live Oak Middle School. In 2013, she transferred to North Live Oak Elementary School, and in 2016, she transferred to West Side Junior High School, where she stayed teaching until 2019. But we need to go back a little bit here, because at some point in time, James and Cynthia got a divorce. After that, Cynthia met and quickly fell in love with Dennis, who also goes by Denny, Perkins. Denny was born to Dennis Warren Perkins and Rebecca Allen on August 13, 1975. He grew up and began working in the law enforcement field. He then got with a woman named Darla Gale Hood. The two of them welcomed a son named Devin Perkins together. They ended up splitting up after some allegations of domestic disputes in the home, and these allegations came to light in a pretty large way, and so they split. In 2011, Darla filed what seems to be a couple of different court filings. In one filing, Darla wrote that Denny was caught conducting surveillance on her boyfriend's home in his unmarked police patrol car. Now, Darla believed that he had been there most of the night due to his eyes being completely bloodshot red when she confronted him. And when he was confronted about being there, his response was, "Isn't this a free country?" Which, yes, Denny, it is, but it's really creepy to use your freedom to lurk on other people and sit in your parked patrol car out front all night. It's weird. Now, in the document filed, Darla also wrote that Denny would make harassing phone calls and send harassing text messages. He had also allegedly installed a keystroke logger on her computer, all in an effort to get access to her private and personal accounts. After he would get access, he would read her emails and contact any of the men that she spoke to, telling them that they needed to leave her alone. And worst of all, he seemed to use their shared child as a pawn in all of this jealousy and control. He would frequently threaten to take their son away from her and not allow her to see him anymore. Now, obviously, Denny seems like a horrific, control freak, jealous asshole. Let's just call it what it is. So Darla ended up remarrying, and honestly, not surprisingly, Denny did too. He married a woman named Shannon Jackson, which ended in divorce as well. There was also potential that he married one other woman named Randy. However, I haven't been able to find confirmation of that, just a couple of rumors here and there. But regardless, all of those relationships failed, and then Denny and Cynthia ended up together. The two ran off and got married in Vegas on December 7th, 2018. At the time, Denny was the head of the SWAT team for Livingston Sheriff's Office, and Cynthia was still teaching middle school. So from the outside, they seemed like such a great couple. Two people who, despite their prior failed marriages, seemed absolutely head over heels in love with each other. Both working in respectable career fields and a combined 4 beautiful children. So what could be wrong with that? Well, that all came to a massive halt in 2019, when all of these hidden, disgusting secrets came to the surface. Now, as we all know, darkness, most of the time, will always come to light, and boy did it ever in this case. On September 23, 2019, the Louisiana Bureau of Investigation received a cyber tip report. The tip was sent by the National Center of Missing and Exploited Children, and it contained information about possible distribution of images of children being harmed in a sexual manner. When the LBI agents traced the IP of the images that were being uploaded to Adobe, the IP was associated with Denny and Cynthia's home on Rosalie Drive in Denham Springs. They conducted an electronic search warrant, which gave agents a shocking revelation. The search warrant, not surprisingly, showed inappropriate photos of children. Not only that, but there was tons of media showing children being harmed, Denny pleasuring himself and then releasing those bodily fluids onto pastries, which, yes guys, meaning he literally excreted, came on cupcakes, and also images of him exposing his own private parts in public. On October 22nd, 2019, Denny was nearly 4 hours away from home on a fishing trip, and clearly was just kind of living his life as if he had done nothing wrong. And he was then contacted on his work cell phone, and LBI set up a meeting point to talk with him. While en route, he called on a different phone and changed the meeting place. Now, it should be noted that Denny was driving his patrol car during the time that all of this was going down, which was not a vacation car and should have not been taken out that far of the county. Denny agreed to the line of questioning, but let them know that he had thrown his cell phone into the lake prior to meeting with them. Now, in case anyone doesn't know, which I'm sure all of you guys do, especially you true crime buffs out there and you sleuths, if someone is throwing their phone into a lake, it is quite the indication that they have an idea of what's about to go down, at least in my opinion. They know that something's about to go down, so they're trying to destroy evidence. So initially, Denny was cooperating and answering the questions. However, as soon as the questions got to the images that were found, he requested an attorney. He was arrested on an obstruction of justice charge for the phone toss, and then was later transported back to Livingston Parish and also arrested on those LBI warrants, which we will get into shortly. At the same time he was being confronted at Toledo Bend, another search warrant was being executed. But this time, it was at his home in Denham Springs. During the search warrant, officers found tons of electronics, and what was on those electronics was an absolute gut punch. Horrifying, disgusting, and a complete shock to everyone. Now, I want to warn you that from here on out, the language will get pretty graphic and could possibly even be triggering, so please listen with caution. During the search warrant, law enforcement found approximately 60 images of a young girl aged 12, who we will call victim number 1. In the legal world, images could mean photo or video. These images, though, weren't just normal images. These were clearly sexual in nature. And not only was Denny in these images, but Cynthia was in them too. The images clearly showed this young girl's private area and showed her engaging in oral and things being done to her private areas with adult fingers, some sodomy action. There were images of Denny placing his genitalia inside this young girl's mouth, while Cynthia was holding this young girl's head. Just absolutely sickening. There were also images of Denny actually and penetrating this young girl. Images of him placing his penis inside of her. Just horrifying. Now, to do this is already disgusting and dehumanizing, but to use a camera during this and having this documentation and like evidence that you can look back on and get off to later is just a whole nother level of sickening. Now, later in the evening, on the night of that search warrant taking place, an unsuspecting Cynthia showed up at her home, where she was met by agents for the LBI who were wanting to question her. Cynthia agreed to the line of questioning, but when she was shown the images that they had found of victim number 1, the young girl, she immediately stopped speaking. The agents quickly obtained for an arrest warrant for 62 counts, including 60 counts of images of a child under the age of 13. Both of them were being held in the Livingston Parish Jail, and over time, the final count of the charges and information about them were revealed, and it was revealed in an affidavit, bringing the grand total to 150 charges, all between the two of them, which they, of course, pled not guilty to. But as I read further into this affidavit, I was even more enraged reading about the things that occurred in that house of disgust and house of horrors. The victims included 2 children, 2 adults, and get this, even a dog. Have you heard the term bestiality, guys? If you haven't, Google it, but it's disgusting. Now, according to the document, during intercourse between Cynthia and Dennis, on at least one occasion, they had victim number 1, this 12-year-old girl, hold Denny's penis at the same time. And Denny didn't just prefer human interaction. In a video obtained by the LBI, Denny was half naked and decided to pleasure himself while positioning his rectum in his dog's mouth. Yes, you heard that right. His dog. A absolute sicko. There were videos of Denny relieving himself, so to speak, into energy drinks and into cupcake batter, which were eventually consumed by people without their knowledge. And more specifically, the cupcakes were given to Cynthia's students, and there was photographic evidence of that. So, just to pause, first of all, we have to say, like, what the hell is wrong with people in this moment? But this creep and his wife not only were documenting all of these foul and disgusting things they were doing, but then, as he was relieving himself from the pleasure into this cupcake batter, Cynthia bakes the cupcakes, takes them to school, and feeds them to her student class of kids in junior high, without obviously telling them what was in them. It is sick. There was also another minor girl in these images who was identified as victim number 2, and she was under the age of 17, and she was seen in the images and the videos that were discovered. In the affidavit, there was a long section that explained other things that they had done as well, although they weren't necessarily being charged for them in efforts to basically prove motive, intent, and similar things. In that section, there were many things explained. The first one described was titled Role Play. The section explained that around April 19th, 2019, Denny recorded a video of him and Cynthia having sex from behind. During that video, Cynthia was wearing a schoolgirl skirt, which is believed to have belonged to victim number 1, the 12-year-old girl. Denny also referred to Cynthia by name as victim number 1's name in this video. During the video, Cynthia could be heard speaking in a creepy, babyish type of voice and said some really disturbing things to him, such as to relieve himself on her butt, then tells him to get some on her skirt, on her school skirt, because she's like a dirty little schoolgirl, just seriously deranged. The document stated that the video was created during the same time frame too that they were doing these things to victim number 1, as though they were almost trying to relive it, reenact it, get off on it one more time. The LBI agents found a note that Cynthia had also created on her phone, and this note was from May 8th, 2019. This note was a fantasy note about the 12-year-old girl. Part of the note reads, "We explained to her our daughter has been a really bad girl. We explained that our daughter is too young to be punished. Therefore, we found her for this reason. She will receive the punishments that our daughter deserves. She tries to explain that she is still only 11 years old, but tomorrow is her 12th birthday." Now, there was much more to that note, such as discussing how the young girl would be bound and gagged while Denny did stuff, and Cynthia even wrote in her little sex fantasy note that the young girl would be silently crying and have tears streaming down her face during all of this. Which honestly, while researching, I had to take a break after that section because I was absolutely disgusted by this, and it is just appalling. Now, I know it is often said that perpetrators typically have an age that they prefer to do things to, and these certain aged victims. So it makes me think about Cynthia's young daughter and what could have, but hopefully did not, happen to her. In a forensic interview that victim number 1 did in early September 2019, she did explain some of the things that Cynthia had done to her prior to when the more sexual things began happening. She said that 3 years prior, Cynthia dragged her by her hair into the bathroom, slammed her face against the wall, and threw her to the ground before slapping and hitting her. She also said that she once woke up to Cynthia sitting on her bed and looking at her with a very mean face. She also stated that Cynthia would blame her for the problems that she had had in her previous relationships, as if it was this young girl's fault. She blamed a literal child for her own failed relationships. So the agents uncovered searches that Denny had made on his devices in regards to the children as well. Some of these searches included pretend to sleep while drunk stepdad F's me, a search about relieving yourself on a sleeping stepdaughter, wank in car next to a school bus, a YouTube search titled looking up dresses, and even more. There were also photoshopped images found on Denny's devices. These were normal, everyday images of children that had been altered, all to satisfy Denny's disgusting obsession with young children. All of these photos had been taken by Cynthia, and they were sent to Denny. Some of the photos included things like children yawning, in which Denny would then Photoshop his penis onto their mouths. Or there would be photos of children sitting at sporting events with their legs slightly spread apart, in which he would again Photoshop in his penis between their legs, which is very creepy, but also just feels very like juvenile. Like, why are you taking these images and like Photoshopping yourself in them? I don't know. It just feels weird all the way around. There was a section in the affidavit titled The Banana Video, and this section explained that there was a video created by Denny of victim number 1. In the video, she was kneeling next to the back door with a banana. Denny stood there and gave her verbal commands of what to do to the banana, such as pretending like she was choking on it, pretending that she was licking it, and then biting the tip of the banana. There were also 17 photos found of victim number 2, all taken in March of 2019 in their driveway. In these photos, Denny had zoomed in on her private areas, and his obsession with taking these photos and then these videos as well and then editing himself in to satisfy himself, again, is just so weird, but it was a constant habit that he apparently was doing. But Denny's obsession went even further, if you can believe it. According to an old partner of Denny's, he had purchased a watch that had a hidden camera in it. It could also be referred to as a spy watch. Denny had designated a specific bathroom in his home to be used by the women in it, which, first of all, is just a massive red flag in itself. But this ex-partner of Denny's was able to put the pieces together, that any time a young girl was going in there to shower, he would leave that watch in there on the counter, all to record it. It was clear that he was gathering footage with it. When confronted by this woman, his ex-partner, Denny absolutely lost his mind. He apparently smashed the watch to pieces, which, in my opinion, getting that angry when you're confronted about something like that only makes you look even more guilty, especially if then you were smashing the watch. If it weren't true, why smash the watch? Why try to get rid of the evidence? And why get so angry? Denny didn't just use his own devices, though, to complete his sick agenda. He also used the devices of the Livingston Sheriff's Office, which was also, remember, the place of his employment. When one of the deputies conducted an extraction from an external hard drive that was found at Denny's home, they found a DVD that showed a young girl undressed in the bathroom. Denny also derived pleasure from doing things next to sleeping girls. In 2013, Denny took a video of a young girl sleeping. The camera was angled up her shorts. In the video, Denny was pleasuring himself the entire time. Toward the end of the video, he released his sperm right next to her legs. Just around 2 weeks later, he made 2 more videos. This time, there were 2 girls. Denny once again angled the camera up their shorts and decided it would be an appropriate time to, once again, start pleasuring himself. At the end of the video, the agents were able to see Denny's bodily fluids go onto the bed near the girl's feet. Then he covered it with a comforter. Not only did Denny use work devices as well, he also had proven misconduct during his shifts. In 2012, Denny pulled a woman over while he was on the job. While she was searching for her license, Denny was videoing her and zooming the camera down her shirt in an attempt to video her breasts. She then leaned over and lifted her bottom off the seat so that she could search the passenger side. So Denny quickly moved the camera down and pointed it up her jean shorts in effort to get footage of her vaginal area, as she was not wearing any underwear at the time. He did that 3 times and kept encouraging her to find her license, keep bending over, keep leaning over. So the woman, who was clearly unaware that she was being recorded and was being used as a target for his desires, complied unknowingly. It seems as if Denny and Cynthia sought pleasure from acting out their sick and twisted fantasies in a way where they were risking being caught. Because in another video that was obtained, Denny and Cynthia engaged in more behavior on a plane, all while videoing themselves. Now, it's disgusting enough to have sex in an airplane bathroom, which, and I'm saying that not because you're actually having sex, but because of, like, the bacteria in the bathroom and all of that. Like, that's pretty gross to me. But these 2 sickos did it in a way where others could see them doing it. Cynthia was performing oral on Denny, and when a flight attendant passed by, they quickly hid what they were doing. After the attendant passed by, they then continued their public act, trying to hide with a blanket and act as though it wasn't happening, which that's a pretty ballsy move to literally perform oral sex on a plane, in your seat, in a row where people are in front of you, behind you, and across from you. It's a pretty ballsy move. Denny and Cynthia's misconduct also didn't just involve children. They also had adult victims, who we will now call Adult Victim 1 and Victim 2. According to the affidavit, Adult 1 had visited Denny and Cynthia's home with a friend. While there, Denny began asking everyone about their special sexual talents. That's a direct quote. The friend of Adult 1 began feeling extremely uncomfortable, and her response to the question was reading people. Then she left the home due to feeling super uncomfortable. But her friend, Adult number 1, stayed, and she told Denny that performing oral was her special talent. Adult number 1 later did an interview with LBI in which she disclosed another incident that had happened toward the end of 2018. Adult number 1 said that she had gone to their home with her young daughter. She said that she had something to drink and then she fell asleep. The next morning, she woke up in Cynthia's daughter's room, but she had no recollection of what had gone down the night prior. When she asked Cynthia what had happened, all Cynthia told her was, "I took care of you." Both Cynthia and Denny were charged for that incident, as that woman was sadly taken advantage of and it had been captured on video. The fact that this woman didn't remember anything makes me think that there was likely some drugging that occurred. During that search warrant at the house, many drugs were collected, such as muscle relaxants, multiple insomnia medications, Percocet, antihistamines with side effects of drowsiness, and common cold and flu medicines that also have side effects of drowsiness. There was also a text thread found in which Denny and Cynthia had mentioned a scenario in which something had been put in another female's drink. My guess is that adult number 1 had been drugged and maybe didn't know what specifically had happened to her until law enforcement found that video. There was also a video acquired in which Denny and another woman, who was unnamed and unknown at the time of his arrest, were taking advantage of adult number 2 in a sexual manner back in 2014. Part of the investigation included looking into Denny's career history. In July of 1998, at the age of 22, Denny applied for the Baton Rouge Police Department. At the time, part of their hiring process included taking a polygraph test. For the questions he answered yes to, he had to write explanations along with them. Now, the things he wrote were truly appalling, and I have absolutely no clue how he got hired. Denny wrote during this that when he was 18, he engaged in misconduct with a girl and later found out that she was 13 at the time, which, I'm sorry, but excuse me, a young 13-year-old girl, especially back in the 90s, looked nowhere near an adult. He also wrote that in 1995, he showed his penis for some beads at Mardi Gras, which there are definitely plenty ways to get beads. He just kind of has this history of wanting to expose himself and sexualize everything he comes into contact with, apparently. During this question and interview, he also wrote that 3 years prior he had paid for oral sex and solicited sex, and that 3 weeks prior to the polygraph, he had solicited intercourse. He also had recently committed credit card fraud by trying to enter a random credit card number online. The fraud attempt was unsuccessful, though. He also admittedly wrote that he had previously looked through his then sister-in-law's window multiple times while she undressed, all to get a peek, as he wrote. He admitted that he had sent photos of a girl to a website, which thankfully those were never posted, and he also wrote that he had previously had sex with a girl while on duty. So he's in this police interview, trying to get this job, answering this polygraph, answering more in depth for the questions that he's saying yes to. Bravo for being honest, but thinking that he was still going to get hired, which is the craziest part. During his interview with the police department, the board members took notes on him, on all of these answers, and some of the notes mentioned things like him having a poor attitude, immaturity, having difficulty answering law enforcement questions, not considering victims' feelings in scenarios that they gave, his feeling of it being okay to do illegal activity as long as you aren't getting caught, his admissions of his crimes, his poor judgment, and just so much more. And one board member even wrote, "needs to grow up," in his summary area on the document. Every board member unanimously agreed not to hire Denny, with one even writing, "definitely do not hire," in the recommendation spot. So I truly wonder how he was then able to get so high up the chain in the Livingston Parish Sheriff's Office that he became the head of SWAT. Typically, people don't change their ways very much, as evidenced by his years-long obsession over women and young girls. So it makes me wonder what he could have possibly pulled to get to the career position that he was in when he was arrested. Denny was, of course, fired upon his arrest, and Cynthia resigned the day after hers. However, that didn't stop their current places of employment from receiving backlash. During the investigation, the Livingston Parish Sheriff's Office received quite a bit of heat when people started realizing that it seemed as if Denny's previous questionable behavior had been completely ignored. More specifically, it seemed as if Sheriff Jason Ard had potentially ignored some huge red flags. For instance, that polygraph in 2002, when Denny had to do the polygraph test during his interview process for the Livingston Parish Sheriff's Office. When he took that test, he was labeled a high-risk hire, but the then Deputy Jason Ard vouched for him and said that he would make an excellent employee and said that he was of good character. In 2013, another incident occurred that now seems to have maybe been overlooked. Lieutenant Todd Webb from Baton Rouge PD went to Sheriff Ard with some concerns about Denny. Todd said that his then stepdaughter had recently had a sleepover at Denny's home. His daughter was friends with another child who was at the home at the time. In the complaint documents, woke to find Denny laying in bed with the girls watching a movie. He was at the home at the time. In the complaint documents, it says that Denny's wife at the time, who was not Cynthia, awoke to find Denny laying in bed with the girls watching a movie. She called the girl's mom and explained the situation. It didn't say what about him laying there with them led her to call the mom, but maybe she just had a gut feeling. The little girl, of course, never returned to their home. After that, Todd and his then wife immediately sent the little girl to a counselor. She disclosed to the counselor that Denny would chase her into a room, hold her down, and play Tickle Monster. He then scheduled the meeting with Sheriff Ard and relayed his concerns and told him that he didn't want Denny anywhere near him or his family. A couple of days later, he went to a gas station with his family, and Denny slowly rolled around them in what he believed to be an intimidation tactic. He then had to go up the chain of command to ensure that the behavior would stop. But because what Denny did to that little girl wasn't technically illegal, no disciplinary measures were taken. Illegal, maybe not, but creepy behavior that aligned with grooming? Absolutely. In 2014, another complaint had been made by what seems to be another law enforcement officer at the Baton Rouge Police Department. This officer claimed that his wife had recently had an affair with Denny, and that his daughter was also tickled by Denny. Just seriously creepy. Stop tickling young girls. On the flip side of this, 4 lawsuits were filed relating to Dennis, Cynthia, and her school board. One lawsuit was filed by a mom whose little girl had ingested those contaminated cupcakes. She listed in her lawsuit that the school board violated school policies in regards to teachers bringing homemade edible goods for students. She also alleged that the school board failed to hire a safe and competent teacher, failed to check Cynthia's background prior to employment, and failed to use the proper procedures to ensure students' safety. The mother also claimed quality of life damage in this. More specifically, she said that she is worried about her daughter getting AIDS or something similar, loss of consortium, emotional distress, and other damages and losses that she would show should the lawsuit go to trial. Another lawsuit filed stated that the father, after learning his student had ingested these laced cupcakes, had fallen into a deep depression and was unable to find gainful employment. One mother filed a suit saying that they had been dealing with behavioral, mental health, and sleep issues since everything had gone down. A fourth lawsuit stated that Cynthia had shown the students inappropriate photos and had also taken photos and videos of the student. Each one of those lawsuits listed the school board and claimed negligence on their end. On December 19, 2019, Cynthia filed for a divorce from Denny. In her divorce petition, she alleged that Denny had made sufficient threats against her life and that she was fearful. She also asked for a temporary restraining order within that filing, which, you heard that right, she wanted a restraining order, even though they were both in jail, being held without bond, and both being charged with these crimes. And just when everyone thought that it couldn't get any worse, it did. In February 2020, a third person was arrested in this whole scheme. Melanie Curtin, a woman also from Denham Springs, was identified as the unknown woman who was taking advantage of adult number 2 with Denny back in November of 2014. She was arrested as a
This is Candy Crush Saga,
where Sweet just got serious. Crush the competition in the All-Stars Live Final.
She was arrested as she came off of a cruise ship, and she was immediately transported to the Livingston Parish Jail. Her bond was set at $350,000. She did bond out a few days later, but she was required to wear a GPS monitor as part of her bond conditions. Now get this, Melanie had also worked for the Livingston Parish Sheriff's Office. She worked in the tax department for around 18 months in between 2011 and 2012. At the time of her arrest, she was married, and her husband Jason was a former deputy with the Livingston Sheriff's Office. In December of 2021, she went to trial. Her trial consisted of her attorneys trying to argue that she was drugged and had no recollection of the incident. She had gone to the hospital that night for what she thought was an allergic reaction, and also tried to use that to her advantage. But the prosecution had a nearly 20-minute video showing Melanie willingly participating in this disgusting crime. During the trial, the victim spoke out. She said that she never even knew what happened until the video was found during the search warrant. In the video, the victim had a blanket over her head and was believed to be completely unconscious. It is no wonder that she had no clue what happened to her. She also said that Denny had previously suggested a threesome and that the thought of that made her uncomfortable. She had zero recollection of the filmed incident and said that she wanted to literally die when she was shown some of the video footage. It seemed like she was likely drugged, and to me it seems plausible that Denny may have suggested a threesome, that she said no, so then he drugged her so that he and Melanie could fulfill their sick desires. The trial, which was a camera-free zone, lasted about 2 days, and the jury deliberated for nearly 8 hours before returning a guilty verdict. Guilty for aggravated assault in a sexual manner and video voyeurism. Melanie began loudly screaming when the verdict was returned. Her attorney requested that she stay out on bond so that she could make arrangements for her children, but the judge denied that request, and she was immediately taken into custody to wait for sentencing, and she was removed from the courtroom. The video was what sealed the deal for the guilty verdict.
That was our main piece of evidence. It was possibly the strongest piece of evidence I've ever seen in a criminal case. And yeah, that was our case.
On February 14th, 2022, Cynthia decided to take a plea deal. The plea deal included 3 charges: second-degree assault in a sexual manner, mingling of harmful substances, and a count of production of child images. As a condition of her plea deal, she would need to testify against her ex-husband Denny, and in exchange, she would be sentenced to 41 years. During her sentencing, Cynthia spoke, and she said, "I just want to apologize. I want to tell you I'm sorry. I want to tell the entire parish of Livingston Parish I'm sorry. I want to tell my friends, my coworkers, I'm sorry. I want to tell my family, my mom, and my dad that I'm sorry. I'm sorry I didn't come to y'all. I'm sorry. To my brother and sister-in-law, I love you. Of course I want to apologize to the victims. I want to apologize to my students and everyone I ever taught, because they now have to worry about what happened. I would also like to apologize to my 3 children. I have not spoken to them in years. I cannot imagine the hurt that they feel. And the last person that I would like to apologize to is the father of my children, my soulmate. I'm so sorry that you're having to raise our children on your own. It's not fair to you. You don't deserve this, and I'm sorry. And honestly, there is nothing else to say at this point other than I am so sorry." Which is interesting to me that she called her ex-husband her soulmate and said that he was having to raise their children alone, because her ex-husband is remarried and the children are being raised in a happy blended family. And what seems to be a normal blended family, with no sick behaviors happening like it did in that household. Her father, Greg, also spoke in part, saying this: "My deepest apologies to all the victims in the case. We, as the defendant's parents, do not condone any of these acts of violence against the victims, and we are also very sorry and apologetic to the child victim, the students and staff of West Side, and really the entire parish of Livingston Parish. I don't think there's ever been any question of the guilt of Cynthia, but we have always said it was done under distress. When she had kids, her kids became her life. All of a sudden, she dropped off the face of the earth. She married Dennis, and we stopped hearing from her. We also found out that Dennis physically abused her and that Cynthia was scared of Denny. The whole time they were together, we only saw Denny 5 times, and I remember him bragging about all his law enforcement connections. Later, I realized he was planting the seed in Cynthia's mind. I'm very sorry for all the victims. The primary victim is a member of our family who we love very much. I apologize to all the victims. I pray for their healing. Sorry to Judge Sledge. I'm sorry to even the prosecution that had to even look at all this filth. You shouldn't have to look at those things. I'm even sorry to the defense team that had to view this garbage. Especially sorry to the child victim number 1 whom we love dearly. My prayers are that everyone can move forward and we can all begin healing. When she is sentenced today, her whole family will be sentenced. Some will say justice was served, but true justice is served when it's not made with anger or rage, but with all the evidence and when a balanced and just decision is made. I'm truly sorry to everyone who had to even listen to these horrible crimes and much less view the evidence, and my prayer is we can begin the healing process. The part that really made me angry was him saying that the primary victim was Cynthia. No, it absolutely was not. Cynthia is a grown woman and was a willing participant in the events that occurred. Do you know who is a victim? Those sweet children who had no way to protect themselves. Or those adults that were harmed. That's who the real victims are. So I kind of already mentioned that the affidavit I had gone through already led me to believe that the younger child, victim number 1, was related to Cynthia and to Denny in some way. And Greg's statement seems to almost have confirmed that. The part of his statement where he said true justice is served when it's not made with anger or rage seemed a little tone deaf to me though in this situation. We should all be outraged and angry about what happened to these victims. But ultimately, a balanced and just decision was made to put her away for a long time based on the evidence. She doesn't deserve to get off the hook because there were possible toxic things happening between her and Denny. Like I said earlier, she is a grown adult and made her own bed, so now she can lay in it. I want to add that the victims were consulted on this plea deal as well and did feel as if it was a fair deal. Also that it was a fair sentence given the length of it being 41 years. The father of one of the child victims read a letter that she had written for Cynthia. This letter read, "My life is so much better. I remember every time you hurt me and how scared I was to talk to you. I think of what my life would have been like with you still in it. You're a horrible and manipulating person. You are a selfish and horrible person. I hope you're ashamed of yourself and you rot in prison. I wrote this so you know you didn't break me down. You don't deserve to be a mom or even be free. You will forever be known as the person who hurt me." Another statement that was full of excuses was Cynthia's mother's statement. "You may think you know Cynthia Perkins, but you don't know our Cynthia. Our Cynthia is a caring and loving person that is loved by all that knows her. Why have we loved and supported her through all this? Because our Cynthia would never have done what all has come up. She was mentally and physically controlled by Dennis Perkins. I just ask that you see my Cynthia from my eyes, from my heart, and know that she's not the person that she's been made out to be. I love her and I will always love her, support her and believe in her." You can love your child to death and still hold them accountable for their behavior. You can love them so much and still not make excuses for their behavior, which there is absolutely no excuse for harming anyone in the manner that Cynthia did, especially when it comes to children. After her sentencing, Cynthia was sent to the Louisiana Department of Corrections to serve out her sentence. The DA and her attorney spoke out, and everyone seemed content with her sentence. Melanie was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, and she was sentenced in March of 2022. The aggravated charge requires a mandatory life sentence. However, there is something called the Dorothy motion that would have allowed the judge to change the sentence if he had wanted to. And I was kind of shocked at how long she got compared to Cynthia, because remember, Cynthia's only doing 41 years. Not that she doesn't deserve to be punished, but I personally think that Cynthia deserves the life sentence and kind of got off a little easier, even though she had, from what has been released, more victims, including children. They are both deserving of harsh sentences, but I am guessing that because Melanie took it to trial and put the victim through all of that, the judge decided not to alter the sentence. The victim wrote a statement that was read for her in court, and this statement said, "What was done to me has changed me. I have had days I could not get out of bed. I avoided the news and social media to prevent any anxiety and panic attacks. The level of betrayal is hard to comprehend. To see my body and what you did to it is not okay. I don't think I will ever want to have sex again." Melanie also gave a statement right before her sentencing, and this statement in part read this: "Being here facing a life sentence has felt like preparing for my own death. It's surfaced thoughts, feelings, and emotions that are unspeakable. Today, March 21st, 2022, marks the hardest day I have ever had to prepare for. I never in my lifetime could have imagined I would be in a situation like this today or experience what I've lived through up to this very moment. I am so sorry and apologize from the bottom of my heart to all of those who worked on this case. I could have never imagined that upon my return to the New Orleans port February 1st, my life was changed forever, and a nightmare would begin. I would have a dozen officers from 3 agencies banging on the door before the sun even came up. Being abruptly worked, searched, and handcuffed, I was in sheer shock and thought this had to be a nightmare I just need to wake up from. I had no idea what was going on or why. I thought surely there was a mistake. They have the wrong person. I was so lost, confused, scared, shaking, and terrified. When I was asked if I would like to speak, I was speechless. I was told I was a fugitive and then would be transported to the parish the charges were in. I couldn't make sense of it. My thoughts were a fugitive is someone on the run. I'm not running from anyone or anything. Still in complete shock and speechless thinking this must be a huge mistake. Once I arrived to Livingston Parish Jail and booked there, I was told the charges I had were first-degree rape and video voyeurism. I was speechless and felt like I had left my body in absolute shock. I didn't understand. This can't be. Something isn't adding up or making sense. I would never hurt or harm or violate anyone. There was a lot more to her statement, and it was really long, but the summary is she had to backtrack what she did on November 8th of 2014. She had gone to a friend's house to watch football with her then husband Jason and 2 boys when she started feeling bad and thought that she may be having an allergic reaction. Her husband took her to the emergency room because she was worried about her breathing and her symptoms. She spoke in her impact statement, saying that she didn't have an affair per se with Denny, but that there had been a couple isolated incidents 6 months to a year prior to this incident taking place. She said, and I quote, "When I learned he was married, I did not have any other relations with Denny. I am remorseful that this has happened, and I made the mistakes of believing and trusting Denny Perkins. I made a bad choice to go over to their house that night almost 8 years ago." She then said that she regretted not testifying to tell her story before asking the judge for mercy. She explained that she wants to be a mother and be involved daily in her kids' lives. She said that they had already lost their father and that her prayer was for a fresh new start. Now, what I noticed the most in her statement was that she never once apologized to the victim. It was all about her, how she would never knowingly do such a thing, and that she wanted the judge to be gentle on her. And after reading that, I do think that definitely could have impacted the judge's sentencing decisions. There was no remorse on her end, at least in my opinion. It was her totally trying to save face and not wanting her own life ruined, regardless of the fact that the poor victim's life has already been forever altered. Her sisters also all spoke, saying that her previous husband was harmful to her and that she was too trusting of Denny. They spoke of what a great person Melanie is, which I know is what impact statements are for, but it seriously seemed like no one was worried about the victims in any capacity here. Melanie's teenage son also spoke, and this is what his statement said. "My whole life, my mom has always been there for me. My mom has always tried to give me everything I have wanted, not just needed. She has been my safe person to be with, someone that I always knew I could go to. She is extremely caring to everyone. She would do anything for anyone. She is always positive. Without her in my life, I will miss her being a part of my college baseball career, meeting a girlfriend, getting married, having kids, all of the holidays. Those have been the most fun for her and us together. Her job is to be my mom, and it hurts that she has not been able to be that through all of this. She has already had to miss things that are important to me, and I wanted her to be part of. I want her to be there at my graduation this May. I want her out. I want her to be a part of my life. I want this nightmare to be over so we can have a stable life together." Melanie's mother and boyfriend also spoke. Her boyfriend compared her to other people who have done worse things and faced a lesser sentence. He brought up Cynthia and how Cynthia's crimes included children and was voluntary with full awareness and cooperation. Now, regardless of all of the statements, I think the video seemed to prove otherwise in terms of it being voluntary and with full awareness and cooperation, or the outcome would have been much different. Melanie is currently serving her life sentence at Concordia Parish Correctional Facility. In a very shocking twist in all of this, Denny decided not to go to trial, and instead he pled guilty in January of this year. As part of his plea deal, he pled guilty to a few of the charges and was sentenced to 100 years in prison, which ensures that he will never get out. According to the plea stipulations, he is also not eligible for parole or an appeal.
We felt satisfied that this accomplished justice, and we were able to get a win without putting the victims in this entire community, through the rigors of that trial that was going to happen next week.
Absolutely. We took time to meet with each of them individually and make sure they fully understood all of the terms of the plea and that we had their blessing before going forward.
I think you guys said a few months ago that you guys were not going to give Dennis Perkins a plea deal. What changed in that?
Well, we didn't really offer him a plea deal. What happened was we were contacted by the defense. They made an offer. And at that point, we considered it, and after some tinkering, we were able to come to an agreement that was accepted.
You talked about the victims, too. How disturbing would this evidence be to come into a courtroom?
I mean, not just for the victims, but for the jurors who would have had to watch it. It would have been very disturbing. And that's why we're so happy that we were able to achieve what we did today without going through that.
The worst evidence you've ever seen?
Personally, yes.
About how long ago did the defense reach out to y'all about plea deals?
About a week ago.
What were some of the compromises and charges that were dropped?
There were a lot of charges that were dropped, and that's normal when you make a plea agreement. They came right off the bat and offered a number, 100 years, that we were willing to accept, that took care of our interests in protecting the public from Dennis Perkins, and that we felt the victims would be able to accept. And in exchange for that, charges get dropped in a plea deal.
Do you believe you guys could have even gotten a jury in this case, or would it have taken a while?
We do think we could have gotten a jury. We do. It may not have been easy, but we do believe that the citizens of this parish would have been able to be fair.
Do you believe justice was served?
We do.
Can you elaborate on that?
Well, I mean, primarily protecting the public safety. No one has to worry about Dennis Perkins hurting anyone ever again. And the victims were consulted, and we're all okay with this, and we were okay with it. So yes, justice was served.
During his sentencing, the mother of one of the victims spoke, and she said this: "As parents and caregivers, it is our job to protect our kids from evil. I am not sure if there's anyone you care about besides yourself, but I hope you spend every day worrying about your own safety and the devastating effects of the deplorable actions you took. You will no longer have control over your victims anymore, and in the end, you're getting what you deserve." A victim impact statement means we're victims. You see, we are survivors. 3+ years later, I'm raising survivors, not victims. So here's my statement. I'm so thankful to not have to sit in this courtroom with you or your attorney ever again. Have a nice life in prison. Denny himself also gave a statement, saying the following: "I would like to say I'm sorry. I spent more than 3 years living in a box, and it's not about me. I just want to make the statement. Jesus Christ has forgiven me. I'm grateful for that. I hope and pray that anybody that this has affected finds hope and healing." I find it very interesting that he brought up Jesus, which is very common for defendants to do. It's a very reoccurring thing that we always see. But it's like, hi, I'm glad you believe in Jesus now and him forgiving you, but that's not the point. And I feel like everybody always goes to this right away, like, well, Jesus forgave me, as though it somehow is going to absolve them of what they've done, or it's going to make other people forgive them. It just happens way too often. Denny is currently serving his 100-year sentence. Well, basically his life sentence. And he's serving it in the David Wade Correctional Facility, which is a medium to high-risk security prison. After going through everything in this case, I can't help but wonder if there are more victims who just haven't been found or haven't come forward. And my heart honestly breaks for everyone that Denny, Cynthia, and Melanie have harmed. I truly hope that the 3 of them get everything that they deserve while they live the rest of their lives in prison. I know that this was a disgusting one today and a very brutal one and graphic, so I appreciate you guys sticking with me on it and listening all the way through. As a reminder, if you want to stay up to date with new true crime cases that I drop and case updates for cases you may have already listened to on this channel, make sure to pause really quick, take a brief second, hit that subscribe button below. It's absolutely free. It'll just make sure that anytime you're, just like scrolling on your YouTube, and if I post a new case video, it'll pop up in your feed. Also, for real-time case updates happening in real time, it's always easier for me to jump over on Instagram and post them on my stories there. So if you're not following along there, take a quick second to do that. It's @_Annie Elise. Alright guys, thanks again for tuning in with me today, and I hope you appreciated the case coverage. Please give this video a thumbs up on your way out and comment with your thoughts below, and let's get the discussion going. Alright guys, until the next case, stay safe.